on over the next little bit. President Trump going to be in Michigan later this afternoon. So join us on Fox Local for the next 4.5 hours, guys.
Ooh. All right. Thanks a lot, Garrett. Talk to you in just a bit.
Thank you, Garrett.
Do you embarrass yourselves at breakfast restaurants? Like, we order one of everything because we can't decide at breakfast restaurants. Oh. It's so bad.
I get sides of everything.
I love a good breakfast sandwich, but I have to have bacon.
Well, it's a good thing we're out of time because we're going for breakfast. See you guys tomorrow.
Bye.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are getting ready for a busy day here on Fox Local. I want to let you know some of the things that you can expect coming up today. President Trump is going to be in Michigan. I can give you a live look at the White House, but he's going to be in Michigan later today, touring some auto plants, and then also delivering some remarks at General Motors after a tour. And also, after he attends and watches a drag race in Milford, Michigan. So that's happening this afternoon, and it's scheduled for the 2 o'clock hour. As you know, many of those things often run a little bit behind, so we will see when those things end up beginning, but we will be watching for those coming up in just a little bit later this afternoon. Let me also give you a live look at Capitol Hill, where members of Congress are facing some pressure from the president to get rid of the filibuster in order to pass the Save America Act. That is something that has been talked about for quite a while. Election security, election integrity law. The president talked about that in his primetime address just a couple of weeks ago. And now he's been posting on TruthSocial today, calling on the Republican leader, John Thune, to get rid of the filibuster in order to pass that if they need to. So we'll have more on that. We're going to talk about that coming up in just a little bit with one of our political experts, talking about what that might look like, what the ramifications of that might be. Today is also the day that temporary protected status ends for Haitian migrants here in the United States. So we're talking with a reporter at the Miami Herald about what that might mean, and now what that means for the thousands of Haitian migrants here in the state of Florida. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we're going to be talking with Matt Rose, the CXO of Tech Rage IT, about this crazy case out of South Florida where a Fort Lauderdale man is now facing charges accused of stealing cryptocurrency using malicious video games. How did that happen? And what do you need to watch out for? We're going to talk about that with Matt Rose coming up in just a little bit. Let me, though, right now give you a live look at downtown Orlando on this Monday. As you can see, some sun, some clouds, rainy start to the day, and potentially more on the way. Me now, and Brooks started the day with some showers, and you're going to be tracking some more storms this afternoon.
Absolutely. So we're in the midst of a pretty sizable pattern change for this week only, and it sounds like a deal you can't miss. This week only. Don't forget to come on down. Well, that's what we're telling this big trough of low pressure. Come on down to Florida, because that's going to be the driving force to enhance our thunderstorm chances every day. Now, in late July, we get daily afternoon thunderstorms. It's part of the rainy season. But over the last couple of weeks, we've had very few of them. That said, we're going to get back to that pattern, plus even more, thanks to the upper level pattern. So we've had some rain this morning, and this afternoon it's heading into Tampa. We're free and clear until about 4 o'clock. That's when things change. We're going to see some big changes coming our way with a little upper level disturbance rolling through. We're going to warm things up today into the mid-90s. As that disturbance hits that really hot, humid weather, so hot, in fact, that the National Weather Service has issued a heat advisory for our area for the heat index, that feels like temp, eclipsing 108 degrees. Well, that energy is going to cause the air to rise rapidly, and thunderstorms will form in part. And so by 5 o'clock, we could be looking at not just isolated thunderstorms, but isolated severe thunderstorms with damaging wind gusts, really heavy rain, and of course lots of lightning. Now that trend looks like it'll continue through our evening commute, 6, 7 o'clock, before finally things dissipate tonight. Now this weather pattern will not be an all-day washout type situation where it rains all day, but we'll have rounds of it, intermittent rains periodically for the next 7 days, which cumulatively could add up to between 3 and 6 inches. So this isn't going to be like a panacea for the drought where it's the solution that ends it all, but it'll certainly help chip it away if it continues where you live. Heat indexes today, the heat indices will reach about 109 to 110 in a lot of communities. That's why there's a heat advisory in effect. And so it's just so humid outside. Our actual high temperatures today probably won't get much above about 93 or 94, but it's just going to be so steamy that the National Weather Service has gone ahead and issued this from roughly now until 8 p.m. So a heads up, especially north of Orlando. All right, so here's the big picture pattern. We often look at the surface for the weather, but in this case, we need to look at the upper levels. The atmosphere is roughly where the weather happens, about 40,000 feet deep. And in the top 20,000 feet, there are going to be some changes that influence the weather at the surface. A big upper level high pressure over the west means 120-degree heat possible for the desert southwest. Meanwhile, we're going to be in what's called an upper level trough. This low pressure over New England will ease southward and essentially produce a wide region of unstable air between Florida and the Carolinas. And along that boundary, where you see those blue arrows, we'll have little disturbances rounding the base of the trough. And the base of the trough is where you see that those blue arrows going down through Miami there. As those disturbances come down the base of that trough, they'll cause air to rise, and then we'll get a further amplification of thunderstorms. So not only do you get our afternoon July thunderstorms, they'll be enhanced with a generally more favorable region for lift. It's a lot of words to describe a higher chance for rain each afternoon. It's not going to be an all-day rain when it rains, but it's certainly going to be noticeable, and it'll represent a significant change that we should enjoy, because come the first week of August, we're back to a double-barreled upper-level heat dome, a big ridge of high pressure, which means high temperatures for the first week of August will likely approach the upper 90s just about every day, and our rain chances will likely be much lower. Well, there's nothing to track in the tropics. That's some good news. It's also typical of this El Nino summer that we've been enduring. El Nino is the unusual warming of the eastern equatorial Pacific waters. It could change the winds around, and in this case, really amp up the trade winds. And that's one thing that's keeping the tropics at bay. We'll see about a 60% chance of rain this afternoon, about a 50-50 shot Tuesday, Wednesday, then rain chances going up, and they may go up considerably. We may be looking at like a 70 to 80% chance of rain Thursday and Friday. That'll be the peak of this pattern, continuing into the weekend, the first weekend of August. But Garrett, once we get into the first work week of August, that's when our rain chances will start to ease back down with high pressure reestablishing over Florida, and temperatures will go back up to the unusually warm upper 90s.
Now, the Atlantic, quiet when it comes to the hurricane season, but the Pacific right now, going off.
It's on fire right now. Yes, this unusually warm Pacific water has been hurricane fuel essentially for areas there, and it's just been storm after storm after storm. Fortunately for the orientation of the United States, like Los Angeles, for instance, Southern California, San Diego, they're too far north for any of that to impact them. The water's still too cold. But once you get down off the Baja and beyond, out to even Hawaii, there's going to be threats of hurricanes intermittently throughout the season. They're probably going to have a record season, hyperactive Pacific hurricane season, because there's just so much warm water for these systems to work with.
Does that have any impact on why we're being so quiet right now?
It absolutely does. So when you have a hurricane, that's massive areas of warm air being transported all the way up to the top of the atmosphere. Remember how I mentioned the atmosphere is about 40,000 feet deep? Well, all that hot air gets pulled way up high in the atmosphere, 40, 50, 60,000 feet up. And you know the old phrase, what goes up must come down? Well, as that air rises, it cools, and then it starts to sink. Well, as it sinks, it does so in the Caribbean and in the Gulf. And so we have a general area of sinking air, which quashes thunderstorms that try and form. It quashes and smushes any kind of tropical systems that try and form. So that right there, just by fact that it's so warm in the Pacific, tends to really mute any kind of developing hurricanes in the Caribbean or in the Gulf. And then, of course, it amps up the trade winds out over the eastern Atlantic. So you have all these forces working against it. I mean, we'll probably see a few hurricanes this season. It's just that the frequency and the intensity will not be as high.
And it's interesting how it all kind of fits in, you know, how everything has a factor,
it is.
You know, and kind of a domino effect.
Well, it's a developing science as well. There's a lot being studied, and there's no firm answer. There's no right answer, but we look at trends, and the trends would suggest that this is the pattern we'll see. So
interesting.
Crossing fingers. I'm personally looking forward to a quiet hurricane season here in the Florida region, and hopefully that's the case. But we can't let our guard down, because in other El Nino years, like 1992, Hurricane Andrew formed. It was the A storm, so it was the first storm of the season. it was late August. So think about that. We've already had Arthur and Bertha. That's how slow the season was. But it turned out to be a Cat 5 and it hit Florida. So let's cross fingers that we maintain our quiet status.
Yeah, good perspective. You know, as we often say, it only takes one.
Right.
So
you don't want to let your
how-
guard down, that's for sure.
Exactly. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thank you, Garrett.
And give you another live look right now. This is the look over downtown Orlando on this Monday. Don't go anywhere. We are just getting started here on Fox 35 News Plus. In fact, we are also waiting for Senator Ashley Moody. She's expected to be speaking shortly to the Florida Sheriff's Association at their summer conference in Doral. So that's expected to get underway. We expect to hear from her coming up in just a little bit as well. So we have much more to come, including on the other side of this break, going to be talking with one of our political experts about some of what we have heard from President Trump, talking about getting rid of the filibuster, how that plays into this debate going on about the Save America Act in Congress, and also what that might mean going forward. Because before we get into this and before we go to break here, I just want to show you a couple of the tweets, the post on TruthSocial rather, from the president today, just in the last little bit. This morning posted this right around 9 o'clock, saying John Thune should not allow the United States Senate to leave town until it passes the Save America Act, or far better still, terminates the filibuster, where Republicans can then quickly pass everything they ever dreamed of, including a full and deep-throated Save America Act, the budget, the ever-looming debt ceiling disaster, 1929, talking about the stock market crash that year. But then he quickly followed that a few minutes later by this post on TruthSocial, saying whichever party terminates the filibuster first will be the party that survives and thrives. So it's an interesting conversation to have. We're going to be talking about it coming up in just a few minutes. So again, we are just getting started here on Fox 35 News Plus. Still have much more to come over the next little bit, and we hope you keep it right here on Fox Local. So as we go to break, let me go ahead and give you another live look right now at downtown Orlando. We'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, giving you a live look right now at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. Can see some umbrellas and chairs set up. It is still looking pretty calm out there on this Monday. Certainly not a bad day to be out on the beach, that is for sure, as we start another week here in Central Florida. That is certainly a beautiful view. Seeing some clouds out there. We know that we could see some rain across the region as well, but that is not a bad view at all on this Monday. And again, look how calm and serene that water is. You're seeing some folks out in the water right now at this 11, as we near 11:15 here on Fox 35 News Plus. Again, welcome back in to Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. All right, so I've talked with you about a couple of the things that we are watching for and that we are expecting to see come up a little bit later today. A couple of other things that I hadn't yet mentioned. Coming up around noon, going to hear from the Seminole County Schools Superintendent delivering the State of the Schools address, talking about some things that have come up in the past year, some successes, some future opportunities, as well. Sarita Beeman, the superintendent in Seminole County, going to be delivering that address in Lake Mary, and we'll listen in to that coming up in just a little bit. It's also the one-year anniversary of the Making Health Tech Great Again initiative, so we expect to hear from Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Dr. Oz, who's the administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services as well. That's coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. We're also expecting to hear from Congresswoman Kathy Castor from the Tampa area, who's expected to speak in the 1 o'clock hour at a news conference, talking about some of the some federal money that's coming in to help with flood mitigation projects in the aftermath of previous hurricanes, and how that might help if and when there are additional hurricanes in the Bay Area. So that news conference in St. Pete a little bit later this afternoon. Well, let me give you a live look right now at the White House. Again, President Trump going to be leaving shortly, going to be heading to Michigan, where he is expected to speak later this afternoon. Meanwhile, he has been active on social media today, putting additional pressure on members of Congress when it comes to the Save America Act, an election security and integrity initiative that he has been pushing for a while, and today calling for Senate Republicans to get rid of the filibuster in order to pass that bill. This is something that we have heard President Trump talk about before, urging them to terminate the filibuster. But what will happen with this now? Additional pressure from the president on members of Congress about that. And so joining us live now to talk about all of this and what the implications of this might be as well. Pleased to be joined by Dr. Aubrey Jewett, UCF professor, joining us live now via Zoom. Dr. Jewett, always good talking with you, and thanks for joining us today.
Yes, Garrett, thanks for having me on today.
So first, I just want to get your reaction, some more comments from the president. This is something, not the first time we have heard him make comments to this effect, where he's saying, effectively he wants Republicans to get rid of the filibuster in the Senate in order to pass this Save America Act. Your initial reaction to this kind of renewed push once again from the president?
Well, President Trump is nothing if not consistent in his continuing push for the SAVE Act, and also consistent in the way he does it, which is often going on social media, and in this case, perhaps going over the top just a little bit. Losing, maybe, death, I don't know, that's maybe a little over the top, but seriously, my reaction is, President Trump has pushed very hard and for a long time, and a lot of conservative Republicans in the MAGA base would like to see the SAVE Act, and they're frustrated because in the Senate, even though the Republicans have a slim majority, it hasn't been able to pass. And there's really two problems there. One, he's talked a lot about the filibuster, which a lot of viewers probably remember means that in the Senate, for most bills, it requires potentially 60 votes rather than just 50, a simple majority, to take action because of the filibuster. The filibuster is the ability of one individual senator or several senators to continue talking, and they talk a bill to death, and they don't let any action occur on anything else. And then to override a filibuster, you have to have 60 votes. And so that's what's happened with the SAVE Act. But I think the other interesting thing is that even if they got rid of the filibuster, there's no guarantee that the SAVE Act would get 50 votes in the Senate or 51 votes in the Senate, because there's probably 4 Republicans, Mitch McConnell, who right now isn't even in Washington, Tom Tillis from North Carolina, and then 2 lady senators, one from Maine and one from Alaska, that might not vote for this anyway.
And there's been hesitancy to terminate the filibuster over something like this. Why is that? Why has this not been done? We have seen in many cases the House, the Senate, really march in lockstep with President Trump, but they have not been in lockstep on this. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think the filibuster is a Senate tradition. I mean, it's in the Senate rules, but it's not in the U.S. Constitution, but it is a rule that the Senate has adopted, and it's been changed somewhat over time to make it a little easier to overcome. It used to be 67 senators needed, 2/3. Now it's just 3/5, 60 senators. But it's one of those rules where if you're in the majority by less than 60 senators, and that's often the case, right? Maybe you have there's 100 senators, so maybe you're 55 to 45 or 53 to 47 or something like that. If you don't have 60, it can be quite frustrating because you're trying to pass legislation and the minority party can stop you from doing that. And so that's a great frustration when you're in the majority. It has been for decades. But if you're in the minority, you quickly come to see that it's actually not a bad thing to stop bills from becoming laws that perhaps are extremely controversial. And the sort of the basic logic is really big changes that are at least semi-controversial should require some bipartisanship, some buy-in from the minority party. And so that is why we still have it, because basically the majority in the Senate, currently Republicans, say, look, we know that we probably won't be in the majority forever. Maybe even this coming election, we might lose the majority and Democrats might take over the Senate. And if we get rid of the filibuster now, then the Democrats will be in charge soon. And if they have, like, say, 51 to 49 majority, they'll be able to pass whatever they want. Whereas if we keep the filibuster now, yeah, maybe it means we can't get everything we want in terms of policy right now. But it also means that when Democrats next come into office, they won't be able to do a lot of really ultra progressive things that Republicans won't like. So that's why we've sort of had this status quo of the majority in the Senate never likes the filibuster, but at least so far, it's not been voted out. I might add, ironically, because it's sort of the next logical question my students often ask is, like, what would it take to get rid of the filibuster? Well, even though a filibuster requires 60 votes to break a filibuster, to set the rules only requires a simple majority vote. So Republicans do have a majority right now, like 53 senators. They could simply vote to change the rules and get rid of the filibuster and just require a majority vote from here on out. But as I said, if they did that, Democrats would almost certainly say, okay, well, if that's the rules you want, when we're in charge next time, just watch out, because we're going to pass everything that we like as well.
It's kind of like why you hear, it described as going nuclear, or the nuclear option. It's kind of the, that similar kind of mutually assured destruction, kind of principle that keeps things at bay here. I do want to get your thoughts on one of the other posts from the president today. I'm going to pull it back up here, where he says, whichever party terminates the filibuster first will be the party that survives and thrives. What do you make of that kind of prognosis from the president when he talks about getting rid of the filibuster?
Well, I think that's an overstatement, and actually, I don't know if that's true at all, because it would depend on what legislation was passed. If bills were passed that were popular with the American public, then yes, I certainly would probably help the party that passed them. But if a party passed legislation, in the absence of the filibuster, if the party passed legislation that proved to be unpopular, that might actually hurt them quite a bit. And I might add, it also might not have much of a difference at all. So, for instance, currently with the SAVE Act, just as an example, whether it was popular or not, it seems that most voters right now are keyed in on affordability, and they don't feel like President Trump has done a good job on that based on his approval ratings. And so Republicans are likely not to have a great election cycle, regardless of what they do with the filibuster or not. At least that would be my quick reaction to that.
So where do things go from here then? Because, we've heard, as we just talked about, we've heard the president talk about this before. He's bringing it up again now. He's going to use his bully pulpit, to continue to push for this because he wants that legislation passed. We know he just gave a primetime address a couple of weeks ago about election security, and this is something that he talks about often. So if he's renewing this push to get rid of the filibuster to pass it, I would imagine this is not the last we're going to hear from him on this issue. So what happens next? And do you think there's going to be just added pressure on John Thune, the leader of the Senate, to where he might feel compelled to take some action?
Well, I think that President Trump is going to continue to lobby for it, either privately or publicly, as on social media has been his methods. But I don't know that John Thune is at risk as majority leader. Almost everything I've read seems to suggest that he has the support of more than, say, 25 or 30 Republican senators. I mean, he's got the support of most senators right now who are Republicans, but he seems solidly supported by a majority of the Republicans in the Senate. And as long as he has their support, he can stand up to President Trump and say, look, we are not going to get rid of the filibuster. And in his case, he can probably say, yeah, personally, I agree. I would pass this. I would vote for it. But the fact is, we don't have the votes to pass it right now. He's come out and said that a number of times. He says, and he's not the first majority leader to say this, you have to be able to count to 50 or 51, as the case may be. And he says they just don't have it right now. He says we don't have 51 to get rid of the filibuster. And he says we probably don't even have 50 or 51 to vote for the SAVE Act, even if the filibuster wasn't there. And so the president can, try to push him all he wants. But the fact is, the votes aren't there. And I might add that President Trump certainly still has a fair bit of influence within the Republican Party. That's pretty clear. But overall, his power has diminished somewhat because of his low approval ratings. I mean, he is a term-limited president. He can't get reelected. We're almost 2 years in now, and his approval ratings, depending on who's doing the poll, 15 to 20 points underwater. He doesn't have the oomph that he had at one time. So that's the other thing to kind of keep in mind is John Thune sort of says, well, I just have to wait it out, right? We know the president is not going to be around forever. And even where I agree with him on policy, if the votes aren't there, the votes aren't there. And the president can get upset about it. But for now, we don't have 50 or 51 votes to do the things that he wants to do.
Well, and different calculations, different considerations as well, like you talked about, when we know the issue that's on the mind of voters is affordability, and you're looking at a Congress, Republican leaders in the House and the Senate that are trying to hold on to their majorities. So some political calculations in there as well, making sure not to do something that could potentially, in some of those seats, maybe put one of their sitting members in jeopardy.
Yeah, indeed. I think that is in the minds of most senators up there, but particularly in the minds of Republican senators who, the House, and I'm just putting it in the broad perspective, we know that in midterm elections, so 2 years after a presidential election, the president's party usually loses seats in Congress. Hasn't happened every time, but it happens most of the time. And so Republicans know that statistic, and they know that when a president's unpopular, they tend to even lose more seats. So right now, the Senate, I think Senate Republicans are feeling a little nervous already. But if they went to do some, really big, massive change, they feel like that might work against them in the upcoming election, even more so. Now, of course, President Trump is arguing the opposite. He says if we pass the SAVE Act, we can keep control of the majority in the Republican Party, maybe even in the Senate, rather, but maybe even in the House. Again, I don't know that logic works, but that's certainly what the president has been arguing.
Oh, UCF professor Dr. Aubrey Jewett, always appreciate your perspective and analysis, and thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Absolutely, Garrett. Good to be on.
And as we go to break, give you a live look at the White House. Again, we expect to hear from the president today. He's heading to Michigan to watch a drag race, tour a facility, and then also deliver some remarks at General Motors. We have much more to come here on Fox 35 News Plus. Don't go anywhere, and we will be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Monday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. An interesting story out of South Florida that's getting headlines here, where a 21-year-old North Lauderdale man is accused of stealing cryptocurrency using malicious video games. I don't even know how that would happen, but joining us live now to talk about this, let us know how it might happen and how you can watch out for it as well. We are pleased to be joined by Matt Rose, who is the CXO of TechRage IT in Longwood, joins us live now via Zoom. Matt, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, great. Thanks for having me, Garrett.
So I guess this is just another example of kind of the evolving frontier of these threats. This is something malicious video games. I mean, this isn't something that I've heard of happening before.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been around for a while. I think it's just a matter of what they did here. I don't even know if I would say it's unique. It's probably out there more than we'd like to admit. But, from what it looks like, this person, basically built what looks like a video game that had a back end or a Trojan, and a Trojan is kind of like, you think about it, the actual Trojan horse of, a horse going in and somebody jumping out in the back once they get inside. And so they looked like a video game. It actually likely worked as a real video game, but in the back end, they were getting access to that computer and to potential cryptocurrency or other data.
And that's, concerning because, like you said, something that would appear like a normal video game, something that, believe the people, roughly 8,000 people who used this from May 2024 to February 2026. That's a lot of people in a long time that this was operating. And so I would imagine that's probably part of the trouble here, was that it was able to continue operating because it did appear as if it were a normal video game.
Yeah, and I think the reason is, I mean, so, yeah, 8,000 people for a couple of years. The problem is this was mostly going to get, home and, gamers or residential users who are not going to have the level of security that a business or an enterprise may have. And so, or they on purpose, they may not want to have them. I mean, if you think about somebody who's gaming or someone who's just trying to have fun, they're just kind of like, ooh, this looks interesting. And they're downloading it and not really, they may even be turning off certain security on their computer so that they can play games and do what they want. And so it would have and likely was caught. I bet you there's plenty of people out here who downloaded it and had some sort of security software, and then they thought nothing of it. They just thought, oh, oops, downloaded something bad and it blocked it and they moved on. But others were just playing it and enjoying it. And unfortunately, bad things were happening in the background.
So I'm curious, the platform here. So this was through one of those kind of streaming video game platforms that this game was on. Does that maybe make things a little bit more susceptible to something like this as opposed to some other way of accessing a video game?
I think it's not so much where it was coming from as opposed to just paying attention to what you're downloading and who is creating it and if it's reputable. It kind of goes back to if you have security software, not just antivirus, but there's various types of software now that would typically pick up on this Trojan, which is the big piece it had here. Like, it wasn't doing ransomware or anything like that. It was a Trojan. It was literally this product that may have been logging keys. So when people type their password, it was getting that, things like that. But it's not so much where you got it from, except you just didn't know if it was reputable. One thing, I don't know if we've spoken about it, but something like Roblox, for example, I know as a child's games, they have a lot of where they allow open source, so somebody can create their own game and put it out there. It's not so much going to do things like this per se, but it also means you don't know what's in the game. So when you're downloading random products, random games, they're not from traditional measures. They're not on the Xbox or PlayStation or an Android or iOS App Store. So you have no protection, and it could be a cool game, but you literally don't know. It's not reputable. You don't know if they're going through any sort of security check.
Is that the takeaway here? Just a reminder, whenever you are accessing something that is kind of like that, to make sure you trust it before you download it. Like me in my basement as a teenager downloading songs off of LimeWire, you got to make sure it's the the ones that look reputable before you hit download.
I mean, honestly, that's actually a really great comparison. I think in a way is if you go back to the days of LimeWire, it was great. You could get these MP3s and everything, but there was always the one that could be nefarious. Same idea. And so I think the thought process here is you should be downloading reputable games, doing some research on them. Even if you see it, someone posts about it on a social media, just do a little research, see if they actually are a real company, see if they have anything that tells you about their security. And that's the great thing about many of the streaming services, or about Xbox, PlayStation, iOS or Android. You typically have to go through a lot of a lot to get approved for there, and even then, if they have complaints, they'll kick you off. So just especially when you have teenagers or even younger kids, you have to be really careful as to what they're doing, because obviously, as we've talked about before, there's a lot of bad people out there.
And we should make it clear we do not condone piracy of copyrighted material. LimeWire was definitely popular back in the day, but there are better ways to do that stuff now. So, Matt Rose, CXO of Tech Rage IT, we appreciate you joining us. Appreciate you breaking this down for us and letting us know what we need to watch out for, how to avoid all this stuff, because it is certainly scary out there sometimes on this, with everything being digital, and sometimes the vulnerabilities, sometimes the things that are open now. So we always appreciate your help and your advice, Matt.
Yep, always happy to help. Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, give you a live look at Air Force One, the steps there where we await the arrival of the president at Joint Base Andrews, where he's going to be boarding Air Force One shortly, going to be heading to Michigan for those events this afternoon in Milford. Again, he's going to be attending a drag race and vehicle demonstration, also going to be touring a facility and taking part in a gift ceremony. And then we'll deliver remarks speaking at General Motors a little bit later this afternoon. That is scheduled for 2:50, and we will bring you the president's remarks live here on Fox Local. Right now, though, I want to get you to Doral, where just moments ago, Senator Ashley Moody spoke at the Florida Sheriff's Association Summer Conference. Let's go ahead and listen in.
That it is a difficult decision, I imagine it was for my family, for anybody to make, to go up there. And the moment I start thinking to myself, why does anybody do this? Is the moment I remind myself, this is a really important responsibility. And I'm honored that I have been trusted with it. And every single day I go into the Capitol, I think to myself, if I don't show progress, if I don't start bridging the gap between the people that trust us to govern on their behalf, for them, because they're our bosses, then we're going to struggle as a country. And I think there's a big trust gap right now between the people and their government. And I am doing everything possible to make sure that they know that we're putting their interests first. That we are indeed waking up every day and working for them. And that is a big responsibility. And there's a lot of incoming. And I don't need to tell you, because you deal with the incoming every single day with in your communities. Not just the incoming safety calls, where people are like, please show up, we need help, come right now. But the incoming ways you can do better, what you're doing wrong. You're terrible people. I can go on and on, but you're constantly dealing with the incoming. And it is a big job, and one that not everyone would sign up for. But as I was listening to that video, and through the challenges that were brought to that young man's life, that he would have never, ever expected, no one would have wished upon him. At the end of it, he realized and found a faith. And I don't know about you, but that really hit me. Because I don't know what drew you to this profession, whether you are the principal sheriff sitting here today because you were elected, or whether you are working within the office supporting that mission. I don't know what drew you to this profession, but it wasn't by chance, it wasn't by coincidence. It was because you wanted to be a part of something that strengthened your community, that made it better, that protected others. You wanted to be a guardian, not someone that caused weakness or inflicted harm or didn't do anything or was apathetic. And I have gotten to know so many of you personally over these years, whether it was as a prosecutor or a judge or attorney general. I've talked to you not just about the challenges that you've been facing in your communities, but the challenge that many of you tragically have experienced within your own lives. whether that was the loss of a child, whether that was being a victim of a crime yourself, and that it gives to you this passion in your jobs now, whether that is creating new mental health programs for your officers or within your communities, whether that's developing ways you can strengthen resiliency within those afflicted with drug addictions. Whatever your story has been, your experiences, you bring it with you every day to work. I do that. As the wife of a law enforcement officer, as someone who has worked with law enforcement my entire career, I show up and do that. That is why my very first bill I filed was to help law enforcement officers get homes in the communities that they serve and love. It's my first bill as a United States Senator, and I have since then sponsored so many and will continue to fight for the strength of our law enforcement officers, their families, and our departments. Because I don't believe it is by chance that I am now your United States Senator. I want to serve you. I want to serve the people. And more than that, more than just serve and show up, I want to show results. And that is why when I was named one of the busiest freshman senators last year, I wasn't proud of that because that was an accolade for me. I was proud of that because it showed I'm working for you. And when I was just named in the last 2 weeks, the best constituent service in the nation after only 1 year as a United States Senator, the first to ever do that, by the way, I was proud. I was proud to do that for Florida and Florida's families, because I was a large part of making this the most successful state in the nation. And you hear me all the time, I say we're the most pro-law enforcement state in the nation, and I believe that is the foundation of why we are the most successful state in the nation, because we understand what government is supposed to be, and most importantly, what government is not supposed to be. 250 years ago, when we first became a country, people talk a lot about the time that our founders threw off tyranny and said, no, we want a government of the people to govern ourselves so that we can protect life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. People talk about that all the time. And that is a foundation, our rock, we're tethered to that. To protect our inalienable God-given rights, yes. But people don't talk about the fact that within that same document, it says that we should set up government in a way that will affect the safety of its people. People don't talk about that. You are how we can ensure that. To protect life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, we have to have people like you to stand on that line and raise your hand and take the oath and know that you're not here by chance. And right now, I am watching what you're watching. I saw the same article of the tattoo shop in Florida that said, if you're law enforcement or military, don't come here. I see what they like to call people in this profession. And while it feels like a dagger to the heart, yes, the response should be, and we will help you too. And we will help you too. And that is the Florida way. When people rioted, when folks rioted against cops, when they wanted to defund you and demoralize you, and heck, you still got a whole party that's saying they want to defund the profession. You know what we did during one of those riots? And they called for help? Cops showed up to help them. While they were protesting cops, they showed up to help. They said, we're on that line. We're on that line for everyone. Because that's what this country is about. We're here to protect life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness as a government of the people, by the people, for the people. But in order to do that, we have to have you. We have to have a government that ensures safety. I've always known that. I've always believed that. I believe that is why Florida stood out as an example, a shining star, a beacon of light during a lot of chaos and darkness over the challenges of COVID and all that followed. And there is a reason why we are now the symbol of freedom for not just the rest of this nation, but I believe the world. And I was so proud to work with Governor DeSantis and make sure that Florida stayed strong and never wavered. And so while we now see that we are blowing it out of the water in any record you can imagine, from education to tourism to entrepreneurship to new business formation, I could go on and on. Number 14 economy in the world now. I believe that's because of you. Because we never lost sight of what government should be for the people. And we never lost sight that we have to be accountable to the people, our bosses. We serve them. No matter their approach to us, we serve the people. And that's what makes you great. And I have loved standing beside you while we took on the most challenging times, including fentanyl. We outpaced the nation in reducing our fentanyl deaths. That's because of you. When we led the nation in fentanyl interdictions, that was because of you. When we came up with ways to arm our first responders with naloxone and other tools to save lives, that was you. You never backed down from that challenge. And because of that, we now get to talk to colleagues around the nation about the Florida way, which is just one more thing and a long line of examples of how we've got the blueprint right. And I am so excited to now be your newest United States Senator, to make sure we're upholding everything that we figured out here in Florida, what makes us a strong and safe state. I am now taking that to Washington on your behalf, on the families of Florida's behalf, and we are delivering results. So thank you for having my back. I will always have yours. God bless.
Senator Ashley Moody speaking moments ago in Doral. You see flanked by Seminole County Sheriff Dennis Lima and Marion County Sheriff Billy Woods on the podium there at the Florida Sheriff's Association Summer Conference in Doral. Meanwhile, let me give you a live look right now. Joint Base Andrews, we saw President Trump get on board Air Force One just moments ago, and he's going to be leaving shortly, going to be heading to Michigan, where he's going to attend a drag race, a vehicle demonstration tour facility, and then speak at General Motors coming up around 3 o'clock. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Let me give you a live look right now in Osceola County, where jury selection is underway in the trial of Anas Muhammad. He is accused of murdering a 16-year-old at an apartment complex as she was leaving for school. This happened back in 2022. Again, the suspect was a teenager at the time as well, 17 years old, who in Kissimmee police say admitted to stabbing a 16-year-old girl to death. So this trial is getting underway this week in Osceola County. This is a jury selection, as you see attorneys right now faced toward the gallery, speaking to the prospective jurors, asking them questions as well. And this is just the first, really the first step of this. Have to have a jury seated before you can have opening statements and the trial get underway. So that is happening today in Osceola County. We will be monitoring this, not just today, but we'll let you know once they get to opening statements what this trial gets underway. We'll likely be listening in a little bit more to it. So just wanted to let you know that that is on our radar this morning as we get close to the noon hour here on Fox Local. Let me also give you a live look at Joint Base Andrews, where Air Force One is rolling down the runway right now, getting ready to take off, carrying President Trump and others as well on the way to Michigan, where he's going to be speaking a little bit later today. So we will have much more from the president coming up in a little bit as well. Right now, I want to get you to a news conference that happened just a little bit ago in Tampa, where officials at the airport there at TPA talked about a new way that's going to be helpful to getting people who may be in or living in or staying in Pinellas County and getting them to Tampa International Airport, a new shuttle route that they announced today. So I want to play for you a little bit of that news conference where we heard from officials at the airport and others talking about how this is helpful for folks all around the region when it comes to getting to Tampa International Airport a little bit easier, specifically from St. Pete and Pinellas County.
Pass the mic on to introduce the CEO of TPA and fellow transportation fan, Michael Stevens.
Thank you, Brad. And good morning, everyone. Welcome to America's favorite airport, your airport, Tampa International. And here at Tampa International, we are used to celebrating new routes, from nonstop flights across the U.S. to international services to places like Bogota, to London, Frankfurt, and Panama City. But today, we are incredibly excited to celebrate a new kind of route, a direct ground transportation link that adds convenience and improves the travel experience. Now, airport bus service only works when it's designed for travelers, with room for luggage, reliable schedules, and service that fits early morning and late night flights. And the 727 Express delivers on all of that. Many travelers, including our international visitors, are accustomed to having public transportation options when they travel. And this service will help to meet that expectation. For the more than 25 million passengers that we serve each and every year, this route will mean easier access to Pinellas County, to downtown St. Pete, and to our beautiful beaches that we have within this region. But it also gives our nearly 11,000 employees who work at TPA, a sizable number whom live in St. Petersburg and Pinellas County, another great option to get to and from work. Now, nonstop bus service to St. Pete gives travelers and employees another smart option to also help reduce congestion and traffic on our roadways. This service takes advantage of the newly built express lanes on the Howard Franklin Bridge to offer fast, low-cost, and convenient alternatives for travelers and commuters alike. So today, we applaud our partners at PSTA for thinking regionally and creating new ways to improve the connectivity here in Tampa Bay. We look forward to continuing our work with PSTA and our transit partners within the region to expand transportation options to make Tampa Bay even more better. Thank you, and I'll turn it back over to Brad.
That was just some of that news conference earlier today. You heard them talking about also how that's going to use some of the new express lanes on the Howard Franklin Bridge and just some ways to improve that transportation, specifically between Pinellas County and the Tampa International Airport. Well, today is the deadline, the expiration date for temporary protected status for many Haitian migrants. And we know there's a sizable Haitian population here in the state of Florida. We have talked about this over the past weeks and months, kind of leading up to this day. And so joining us live now to talk a little bit more about the impact of this, what happens now, and where things go from here. Pleased to be joined by Jacqueline Charles from the Miami Herald, who is joining us live now. She's the Haiti and Caribbean correspondent for the Miami Herald. And Jacqueline, we always appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus, and nice to talk with you today.
Thanks for having me.
So, Jacqueline, today is a day that I'm sure many Haitian migrants who I know you have spoken to have been dreading. So what happens now? Where do things stand with today being the day that TPS is set to end for about 350,000 people across the country?
So I have to tell you, this has been this shifting deadline. So I was having conversations with some of the advocates over the weekend, and they said for them, this is not even a real deadline. They are waiting to hear from Judge Reyes. This is the judge in the District Court of Columbia, who is the one who initially put the hold on the administration's effort to end TPS. They know that the court has to comply with the Supreme Court ruling from last month that says that the administration can go ahead and start deporting Haitians, but they're waiting for her to lift that order. And they said until she does so, they cannot move. But of course, if you are a home health aide, for instance, and they need to schedule your patients, then, I've talked to people who haven't worked in weeks because the date keeps moving. So we're waiting today to see what ends up happening. There was a ruling at the last minute last week that says the administration could not end it before the 27th, which is today, but we are waiting for Judge Reyes to basically give that final date. And but the panic and the anxiety is already there, as well as the fear.
Yeah, I would imagine a lot of confusion, as it sounds like, with this, given some of those, as you described, shifting deadlines and kind of waiting for a judge to weigh in. That is probably difficult as well in itself.
It is. I mean, and it also murkies up the situation, because the reality is this, is that even though there is an active lawsuit that is going on and a serious blow was dealt to the plaintiffs, the fact is that the administration can deport people while that litigation takes place. And so people need to start preparing. That is what the advocates are saying. You need to have a family plan together. We're not here to tell you what you should or should not do, but at the very least, should you get picked up, should you decide to voluntarily return, what happens to your kids if you decide to leave them? Do you have access to your bank account? The community has just been sort of paralyzed by this impending decision, and people have just been hoping for the best, but they also have to prepare for the worst. That is the message across the board, whether it's an immigration attorney or whether it's an advocate.
Now, what does this mean when we say that temporary protected status is set to end for Haitian migrants across the country? We know South Florida, home to the nation's largest Haitian community. What does this potentially mean for them? What are they now vulnerable to deportation? What happens?
So this is a federal humanitarian program that went into effect after the 2010 earthquake in Haiti, and it's been redesignated as a result of the assassination of the Haitian president 5 years ago this month. And so what it has done is that it has allowed Haitians who are here to temporarily live and work in the United States by being shielded from deportations. They were not exposed to deportations, even though they did not have permanent immigration status. Now, when this goes away, that means that Haitians up to 350,000 or more, if you listen to advocates, they tell you the real number is something like, 500,000. They will be susceptible to detention and deportation, meaning if you are on the streets and you get stopped by a police officer in any place where the police is cooperating with ICE, Immigration, Customs and Enforcement, and they ask you for your documents or they run you through the system and they see that you do not have legal status in this country, you will be detained. And depending on the length of time that you have been here in the United States, you could be fast-tracked on an airplane, back to Haiti. And And then, we talk about Haiti. We talk about a country where the capital, 4 million plus people, 90% of the capital is controlled by armed gangs. All the major roads into the capital controlled by armed gangs. The capital, that area of the country is where it leads to all of these other areas. You're talking about a collapsing health system. You're talking about more than half of the 12 million population does not have enough to eat. 1.5 million people who are internally displaced. Some of these people have not been in Haiti 20 plus years. They were in this country even before the earthquake. They don't have homes to go to. They don't exist. They've been overtaken by armed gangs. It's a huge burden for people in terms of trying to decide, what is it do I do? Do I get on a plane and leave this life behind? Do I risk it and try to live in the shadows? But I also risk, where I'm not going to be able to work, certainly not legally, and that I can get arrested and deported.
Now, those who have been in favor of getting rid of this have argued that, it's in the name, temporary protected status. This is something that was never intended to be permanent. And so was this something that was, viewed as something that could happen at some point? Or has this been something that really, as you said, maybe took some by surprise, some who maybe haven't been in Haiti in decades?
So this is the 16th year that Haiti has been under TPS, but there are countries that have been under TPS far longer. As you know, that there was also parallel movement to try to create some sort of a pathway to citizenship before this administration came in. And I think that's what a lot of people were really hoping, is that there will be some sort of pathway to citizenship, not just for people who are on TPS, but for people who are undocumented, who are in the millions in this country. We have now seen that sort of, fall on the sidelines, and we've seen this whole push about, mass deportation. I mean, what's interesting is, as I'm speaking to you right now, there's a congressional delegation that is arriving in Port-au-Prince, led by Florida Congressman, Brian Mast, who just last week held a hearing for House Foreign Affairs Committee. And they were very, astute on the situation in terms of the gang violence. I mean, the United States is spending millions of dollars on a new gang suppression force that the U.S. had a huge hand in creating. It's been authorized by the UN Security Council. So there's this recognition that Haiti is a place that is unsafe. I mean, we're telling American citizens, don't go, and if you go, give us your DNA samples, or at least leave it behind with your dental records so that we can identify your remains should something happen to you. And so it's this contradiction that people are trying to wrap their arms around. I mean, whether you're American, whether you're Haitian, you're a human being. So if it's not safe for one group of people, why should it be safe for another group of people? How can the Trump administration be spending millions of dollars to try to help Haiti address the gang crisis, but at the end of the day, tell Haitian authorities, prepare, we're going to be sending at least 2 plane loads of individuals who've been deported from the United States a week to a country that can barely manage to, those that they have inside the country at the moment.
Jacqueline, is this something that could have an impact on employers in South Florida, given the large population there?
I mean, definitely. I mean, across the country, but as you mentioned a couple of times, Florida is home to one of the largest group of Haitians. I mean, many of them working in healthcare, especially with elderly. I spoke to this one lady. She's actually, she's 21 years old. She's from the Orlando area. She's a home health aide with an LPN. She was starting a registered nursing courses, and her clients, her patients are people who are dependent on ventilators. Many of them are children. I mean, these are very hard to manage. And so she's been out of work now for 2 weeks, and she will definitely be out of work once this ends. I've talked to other communities that work with Holocaust survivors, and they talk about the fact that for at least 10, 15 years, they haven't had to recruit workers because there's always been a pool, whether it is Haitians or Venezuelans or others, with TPS. There's going to be a huge hit to the economy. Some of these people own homes. They are paying monthly, mortgages as well as car payments. I mean, they are in the service industry. I mean, we are waiting to see, and it's going to be some time that we're going to see with the impact, but we should brace ourselves for the economic fallout, because they're putting at least, $5 billion is the number I've heard, just in terms of income taxes, that, by the way, once they get deported, once this is done, they will not have access to any of the money that they put into the Social Security system.
So what happens next, Jacqueline? What are you watching for? What should we be watching for as we continue to kind of watch this develop, given what you described as kind of a shifting deadline here?
So we're watching for the order from the judge in D.C. We are watching to see what the litigants do, what the lawyers do in terms of the litigation. And then we're also watching to see for ICE raids. I mean, over the weekend, I've heard from different, advocates that there is a beefed up presence of Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents in a different number of communities. In fact, Judge Reyes, before she issued her her block on the termination, she asked DHS, what is the plan for Springfield, Ohio? What is the plan for Florida? These are two communities, but large Haitian communities. And so we are looking to see, if in fact we're going to see an increase of people who are going to be detained and then who are going to be deported.
Jacqueline Charles, Haitian Caribbean correspondent with the Miami Herald. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, giving you a look from just a little bit ago at the Pentagon, where the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, taking part in a ceremony presenting the Mexican Border Defense Medal to some service members at a ceremony again at the Pentagon. This was just a little bit ago. You can see the national anthem being sung there just moments ago. We will go ahead and listen in.
What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Psalm 121 gives an account from David, the warrior king, who said, I lift my eyes to the hills. From where does my help come? My help comes from the Lord, who made the heaven and the earth. The Lord will keep you from all evil. He will keep your life. The Lord will keep your going out and your coming in from this day forth and forevermore. With this promise, let us pray. Almighty God, we ask for your presence at this simple ceremony. We gather to honor the brave sacrifice of our citizen warriors as they stood vigil on the forward edge of freedom. Since 1775 at Lexington and Concord, when the shot was heard round the world, Americans have stood their ground to protect freedom and liberty. Today we honor these members of Joint Task Force Southern Border with the Mexican Border Defense Medal. It is an acknowledgement of their service providing protection along our country's border. And as the scriptures foretold, God is our help in trouble, and he provided through these faithful servants. Those who answered the call joined a distinguished cohort of warriors who over 100 years ago defeated insurgents from Mexico and brought peace to the American Southwest. Truly, they embody the motto, "This will defend," in word and deed. Lord, we know this mission is not complete. We ask for your continued mercy on those who serve today. Give them strength and determination to continue to fight. Give peace and comfort to their families at home. And through the clamor of all that assails our nation and our lives, I pray we listen for your still small voice that calls out, "Follow me." Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the Acting Chief of Staff of the Army, General Christopher Leneve.
Hello, everybody. How you doing? It's great to be here. Secretary Hegseth, Secretary Cow, Undersecretary Obadal, General Kane, Mr. Miller, Mr. Salisbury, Mr. Weaver, Chief of Staff is here, General Smith, General Gardner, all distinguished guests, thank you. Thanks for coming and welcome. Secretary Hegseth, thank you for the invitation to participate in today's Mexican Border Defense Medal ceremony. For the past 25 plus years, our Army has provided near continuous support to operations on the southern border. These efforts have spanned from post 9/11 security to today's Joint Task Force Southern Border. I'm grateful, absolutely grateful that we're recognizing the tremendous importance of your service during these operations. And I'm proud that our Army soldiers are being recognized with this medal. As we speak, there's over 9,000 Army soldiers providing support to the southern border. And today we're here to celebrate and recognize contributions to members of the 101st Airborne Division and the 1st Armored Division by awarding them the Mexican Border Defense Campaign Medal. This medal that you're about to receive is a symbol of the United States Army's commitment to homeland defense. The Southern Border Mission represents how the Army integrates with the Joint Force through the provision of intelligence, surveillance, command and control, and protection. The Army, in conjunction with our sister services, enhanced operability with Department of Homeland Security, United States Coast Guard, and our partners, bringing together the power of the Joint Force, interagency, and international partners. That's what the United States military does better than any military in the world. A couple key data points. Joint Task Force Southern Border executed 99,245 detections and monitoring operations and 65 named operations. And over the course of the operation, they achieved a 97% interdiction effectiveness rate. Let's give them a round of applause. These actions were absolutely critical to our homeland defense. To the soldiers of the 101st Airborne Division and the 1st Armored Division, your Army is incredibly proud of you for approaching this mission with discipline, grit, and expertise. In the Army, we train and rehearse to ensure we are ready when the nation calls. And this medal is a really powerful symbol that you were ready for the mission set. Thank you. 231 days of rigorous, high-impact, real-world operations, and that deserves to be recognized. The Army motto, plain and simple, "This will defend." At the absolute core of the Army's purpose is the defense of our great nation. And today you received the Mexican Border Defense Medal, a medal that represents a direct contribution to just that. Mr. Secretary, thank you for acknowledging the hard work of these soldiers with the reestablishment of this medal. It means a lot. And to the soldiers here today, thank you again for all that you do each and every day in support of our nation's defense. This is a medal well earned, and may God bless you all. This will defend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Commandant of the Marine Corps, General Eric M. Smith.
How's everybody doing? Yeah, that should be louder because you're about to get a medal that you so rightfully deserve and have earned. So thank you, Secretary Hegseth, for your leadership and for your continued support of your Marines. And I say they're yours because they're yours. Thank you to everyone who made this event possible. These things don't just happen on their own. So a lot of people go to work hard to make sure that these events happen the way they're going to happen in a fitting ceremony like this. To our distinguished guests, families, friends, and most importantly, to the Marines and sailors and soldiers that we're honoring here today, thank you for being here. Thanks for what you did, and thanks for the way in which you did it. Today, we have the opportunity to recognize each of you individually while acknowledging that all of those who have contributed to this ongoing mission at our southern border cannot be here today. So you are a representative slice. You're having to take the lion's share of this responsibility, and you're doing that well. Just by the way you present yourself, by the way you carry yourselves in uniform, you look sharp, you clearly inspected yourselves, you're doing what Marines and soldiers do. You're doing it right. You're doing it on behalf of the joint force. In January 2025, our nation called upon its premier expeditionary force in readiness to support this vital mission, and our Marines answered without hesitation. Within a matter of days, a Marine Corps aviation and ground forces arrived at the border. Since then, they've proudly served alongside their joint or interagency partners, providing critical operational and engineering support to the southern border mission. To date, Marines have conducted over 18,000 patrols, have processed nearly 10,000 individual detections. At the same time, they've identified and repaired over 500 border wall breaches, while completing over 200,000 meters of wall reinforcements. But beyond the numbers, the true measure of our success at the southern border is found in the individuals we are here to recognize today, you all. To today's awardees, you were asked to deploy into a complex and demanding environment, and you did so without hesitation. You were tasked with executing a mission that requires seamless integration, technical proficiency, and unwavering dedication in the heat, severe heat. Whether you conducted wide area surveillance in the dead of night, maintained heavy equipment in triple-digit heat, as I just said, or coordinated the complex logistics that keep this mission going, you all performed exceptionally well. You demonstrated the Marine Corps' ability to support any mission in any climb in any place with the same steadfast professionalism that has defined our legacy for more than 250 years. The medal you're about to receive is a recognition of your operational excellence. It is a testament to your efforts as individuals and to your contributions to the success of the team, because no one fights alone. On behalf of the entire United States Marine Corps, congratulations. I could not be more proud of you for the way that you've accomplished the mission that you were assigned. Thank you again, Mr. Secretary, for the opportunity to speak this morning as we honor our warfighters. Your Marine Corps remains Semper Fidelis. Hoorah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary of War, the Honorable Pete Hegseth.
Well, General Smith, General Leneve, thank you very much for being here. Your presence is a testament to the importance of this topic. The very top of the Navy, the top of the Army, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Homeland Security Advisor, other members of the White House, our leadership at OSW. From day one, the defense of the homeland and getting 100% operational control of our southwest border was the #1 priority of this department. Yes, now it's codified in our national defense strategy as defend the homeland and the hemisphere. That we eventually did. But from day one, operationally, this department, this building, these services surged down to the border to stop the invasion of our southern border, which is truly what it was. Yes, there we have had troops on our border for 25 years, you're correct, General. But in many ways, they were down there as window dressing. They were down there with binoculars and no authorities. They were down there as part of just the status quo of rotation of things, the way we did business. And it was often said, well, we need new and different authorities. Sure, we've inserted new authorities, but what we really needed was new leadership and new priorities, and then putting the best Americans after that problem set to get 100% control of the southwest border. So to this group, I say, this group is here, the highest levels of leadership in our department, because we recognize how fundamental and important your mission is, how difficult it has been, the challenges you've had to adapt to. But it's taking the skill sets that our generation of warfighters have learned overseas for 2 decades and applying a defense in depth on our own southwest border. Turns out we're pretty good at it. And when you build out national defense areas, and when you put infantrymen and others down there on the border, securing that fence line, doing named operations, operating at night, operating with drones, counter drones, tunnels, you name it. I read all the operational reports of the types of efforts you've undertaken. You have been dynamic. You have been creative. You have been aggressive. You have used the authorities you've been given. You work with your law enforcement partners. Huge shout out to Border Patrol and Homeland Security. I know you work with them every single day. Their authorities complement yours. Your authorities complement ours, because we're all Americans securing our border and stopping that invasion. And that's why for over a year, there's been effectively 0 illegals crossing our border, effectively 0, especially on the national defense areas, because we decided our soil, our homeland will be defended. And we will utilize our troops in those places to do it and give them maximum authorities to ensure that we stop the invasion of our southwest border. And like so many great things, like the name Department of War, it's not a new thing. It's a restoration. It's a reestablishment. We were the Department of War all the way up until World War II, and we are again. Well, this Southwest Border Medal, the Mexican Border Defense Medal, was established in 1918 to stop other incursions and invasions. And so we're not creating something new. We actually revived the exact same medal from 1918 to be given to all of you today as a reflection that this service is an extension. We stand on the shoulders of other great Americans who defended this nation, and it always requires the real 1% to do difficult things in difficult places without enough recognition. And the reason we're bringing you all here is because every single soldier, Marine, and 1 sailor seated here represents thousands of others who have done this mission on our southwest border and are doing it right now. And we're getting the reports about it right now. And the cartels are having to deal with the realities that they can't cross our border and can't bring the drugs and the death and the human trafficking that they brought for far too long that killed way too many Americans. So President Trump made this a priority on day one. This department made it a priority on day one. We had incredible partners across the interagency, and then it took Americans to deliver. And the reason we're here in the middle of the Pentagon, you probably thought maybe you could go your whole career and not show up at the Pentagon. The reason you're here today is to demonstrate to this building, to the media, to the world, that this has been, continues to be, and will be through the entirety of the administration our main effort to secure that southwest border. It's not inevitable that it would have happened. It only happens when you make it a priority and give people the authorities necessary to execute it. And you have operational control. We're going to continue to refine that more and more, so that we've got more infrastructure and less people at the border, ensuring that no one's crossing. So thank you for your commitment to improving the position time and time again. But I want to take one interlude here for a moment and hand the podium to a dear friend of mine who we wouldn't be here without him and his focus. Yes, President Trump sets the tone, and he's talked about the border in a way that others have not for a very long time. But without Stephen Miller, a Homeland Security advisor, this mission doesn't happen, certainly doesn't happen with the speed and urgency that has happened. And I wanted to give him a moment to address this group because he's been so fundamental to making it happen. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to Stephen Miller.
It's an honor to be here today, and I want to pick up on what Pete said about some of the dignitaries and distinguished leaders that are in this room and what it reflects in terms of how important this mission is to this administration and this Pentagon. Obviously, you heard from the Secretary of War, but again, you have General Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, you have General Leneve, you have General Smith, and so many others at the highest levels of our nation's national security and defense apparatus. Because as Pete said, this, from the very minute the president put his hand on the Bible, has been the highest priority of this administration. And I remember distinctly in the hours after the inauguration, the airlift had already begun. Massive assets are being mobilized and moved down to the southern border. There has never been in history, to my knowledge or awareness, a more radical day and night shift in the security posture of a country than what happened to that border between January 20th and January 21st. Never in history has a nation achieved such a complete turnaround in its security posture in so short a time. And that was led and driven out of the Department of War with an urgency and a speed and a ferocity that I've never witnessed before in any other policy area that I have ever worked on. And when you talk about bringing back a medal from 1918, it is so important to mention how interwoven the history of the U.S. Armed Forces are with the defense of our southern border. The U.S. southern border has been the scene of some of the most important military fights in the history of this country. The nation that we live in today, the territory that we occupy today, the security that we have today was achieved by prior generations who were fighting out on that frontier to secure a homeland for their people. That is the legacy that you inherit and that you continue. And when you think about threats to the lives and security of the American people, there's a reason why President Trump designated the cartels operating just meters from you on the other side of that border as foreign terrorist organizations. This is a very important point to underscore. As a foreign terrorist organization, the Mexican drug cartels sit in the exact same legal position as ISIS or Al-Qaeda. Except unlike ISIS or Al-Qaeda, they're not operating thousands of miles away. Again, they're operating meters from where you show up to perform your duties every single day. Those organizations not only export massive death in the form of narcotics to our country, but they also export sophisticated criminal enterprises whose objective is to destabilize our democracy and to end the rule of law in our country. There's a reason why in Mexico, the justice system doesn't work, the political system doesn't work, the legal system doesn't work. It's because you have territory controlled and occupied by terrorist organizations who kill, extort, kidnap, or murder anybody who gets in the way. And the line that is keeping that reality from existing in our country is the borderline that you are defending each and every day. The lives that you have saved already, think about this, number in the tens of thousands. Can anybody else ask to have a more noble cause in their life than to get to wake up in the morning and know that thousands of people that you will never meet or interact with are alive today, are with their families today, are going to be at Christmas in December, and are going to be able to enjoy their kids' graduation or wedding and every other life milestone because of the service and sacrifice that you made. This is not abstract. This is not, the abstractions are important, saying, well, you engage in a mission here, and that will support this, and this will support that, and then eventually it'll, this is as direct as it gets. The enemy is mere feet from where you work, and your job is to prevent them from gaining a foothold of any kind in our country, and you have succeeded. But we don't rest on our laurels because, as the Secretary said, we are going to advance and progress every day, set a higher mission, a higher standard, a higher objective to achieve the ultimate degradation and eventual defeat of the enemy. So I congratulate each and every one of you. I salute each and every one of you. You have earned the everlasting gratitude, not only of this department, not only of this White House, but of the President and of the entire nation. Thank you, and God bless.
Well, I could not say it any better myself. That's why I see the podium. His passion drove this mission, but the dedication of this department made it happen. And so I want to thank all the senior leaders here again for your commitment to this cause. And wherever Border Bob is, he gets a shout out because he was the acting secretary for 4 days before I was confirmed, and he drove the speed for 4 days and then handed the baton to me, and we've been running ever since. But I also want to mention pass my gratitude to your families, wives, husbands, sons, daughters, mothers, fathers, as well as the remainder of your units, and that we know this is time away, just like any other deployment, just like any other action, but that what you've done is incredibly meaningful to the soul of this nation, and we are grateful for the service that you've given. And we bring you here to this department to showcase it to the world. The media doesn't want to talk about about problems that go away or why they went away. So it's our job to continue to tell the story of the incredible success of great Americans, not serving for the spotlight, but who deserve the spotlight. And so that's why we're here today. So on behalf of your Commander-in-Chief, on behalf of the nation, it is my honor to give you these Mexican Border Defense Medals, and thank you for your service to this great republic. So at this time, let's give out those medals. Thank you very much.
At this time, we welcome General Eric Smith, Major General David Gardner, and Mr. Patrick Weaver to join Secretary Hegseth on stage for the presentation of the Mexican Border Defense Medal to the Marine Corps element. Lance Corporal Sofia Arizmendi, Lance Corporal Anthony Felipe, Corporal Johnny Garcia. Corpsman First Class Troy Holton, Sergeant James Mayfield, Lance Corporal Dakota McDown. Sergeant Roland Nambo, First Lieutenant Sofia Padilla, Corporal Marielys Perez Orengo. Captain Marley Ragney, Sergeant Kevin Ramirez Bonilla, and Gunnery Sergeant Juan Rodriguez. Private First Class Jimena Roman, First Sergeant Cindy Torrado, and Staff Sergeant William Austin. Thank you, General Smith. At this time, General Christopher Leneve will join Secretary Hegseth and Mr. Weaver on stage for the presentation of the Mexican Border Defense Medal to the Army element. Private First Class Nehemiah Abram, Warrant Officer 1 Faraz Abu Adra, Sergeant Major Cody Anderson. Sergeant Orly Ariano Pagan, Captain Benjamin Bloom, and Staff Sergeant Brandon Brashear. Sergeant Major Bobby Sue Cox. First Lieutenant Cole Doster. Specialist Corey Dupree. Captain Donovan Edwards. Captain Michael El Haj. And Sergeant Ethan Guzman. Captain Stafford Harmond. Sergeant First Class Christian Hidalgo. And Staff Sergeant Tristan Huff. Captain Samuel Jones. Private First Class Emery Jones. And Lieutenant Colonel Richard Kubu. Corporal Jonathan McLeod. Specialist Andrew Oliphant. First Lieutenant Dominic Panero. Private First Class Lucretia Perry. Private First Class Ian Pintor. Private First Class Lily Ann Redford. Sergeant Kivante Reed. Sergeant Emiliano Reynoso. And Staff Sergeant Randy Robertson. Sergeant Michaela Roundtree. Sergeant Michael Siegler. Sergeant Aaron Tavizin. Specialist Osmond Vargas. Staff Sergeant Luis Villarreal. Chief Warrant Officer 2, Taryn Weigel. Staff Sergeant Ethan Young. Thank you, Mr. Weaver, General Leneve, Major General Gardner, and Secretary Hegseth. A round of applause for the awardees.
that ceremony earlier today at the Pentagon. We are going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and give you a live look. This is Sarita Beeman, the superintendent of schools for Seminole County, who is giving the state of the schools address, speaking in Lake Mary right now. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Understanding of not only what we've accomplished this past year, the vision that we're building for the future. Before we begin, I'd like to recognize of our school board. Board members, I want to thank you for your leadership and commitment to making decisions that put students first. I'm grateful to serve with a board that is locked in on being student-focused of public education, all public education, and more specifically, the public system here in Seminole County. So thanking our board for their service, and I'm going to ask you to stand. So, our chair, Dr. Dellinger, which you just met. Vice Chair, Autumn. Member Kelly Davis. Krause. And Member Abby Sanchez. And I'm also happy to see the members, a number of the members of here today. I'm going to ask you all to stand as well. I see Commissioner Zim, Commissioner Constantine. Thank you. We are very fortunate here in Seminole County to have the support of, and we appreciate your always being here to support us. There's also of members of our SCPS cabinet, and I'm able to share a lot of the things that will happen, that happened in this past year, a lot of that happened throughout the district because of schools. Our cabinet members, they're individuals that are putting all of our kids first. Thank you all for your work, and you're not allowed. Lima, Captain Shaw. There you are. Okay. Captain Shaw, Executive Director Martin, and our local law enforcement agencies in Seminole County that make up the safety team that keeps our schools a safe place for our staff and students to learn. In Seminole County, we have an innovative and collaborative approach to school safety, and we can all sleep better at night because of it. So thank you. Now, here our mission is the list, and it's sure that every student gains the knowledge, skills, and attitudes needed to become productive citizens. And so, continues to change rapidly. SCPS remains, I love to say this, both an academic performing and an A-rated school. And those are two from the Florida Department of Education, a designated academically high-performing district that has earned 8 consecutive years, have no S and F, must comply with class size material with the annual financial. So when we tell you about being an A-rated academically high performer, that's not just student achievement. That is also good stewardship of resources in your system. And we are, again, #1 in Central Florida, #1 largest school, and #11 out of all 67.
Superintendent Sarita Beeman speaking right now, giving the Seminole County State of the Schools address. As you see, we are having a little bit of an issue with our feed there. We're going to step aside, take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be back in a few minutes. We'll try to get you back to this address as well. Keep it right here on Fox Local.
put to Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. Let me give you a live look right now in St. Pete, where we are waiting to hear from Congresswoman Kathy Castor, speaking at an event where she's talking about some federal funding to help with flood mitigation projects. So we are waiting for that. We are also standing by for an event featuring the U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary, the CMS Administrator, as well, talking about making health tech great again. That is set to get underway shortly. We are also continuing to listen in to Superintendent Sarita Beeman with Seminole County Public Schools, who is talking about the state of the schools in Seminole County. She was just talking about the report card and the grades that the schools in the district have gotten. Let's go ahead and listen in for a few more minutes here as she continues to speak and deliver an annual address about where things stand with the schools in Seminole County. And we'll go ahead and listen in. We are still having some issues with the feed, I will caution you, but we will go ahead and listen in.
Challenged, supported, and encouraged, they often exceed expectations. And so our provides students to stretch, discover just how far they can go. And last year at this event, I'm hoping that this is not the first time that you're here. And so last year, we really good things. We had a great 24-25 school year, and we celebrated lots of middle schools. Well, guess what? Middle schools continuously improved. Join me in celebrating that every one 12 middle schools earned an A or B grade for the 25-26 school year. And middle school is an exciting time in a student's educational journey and a parent's journey as well. It's a time when we hope are beginning to discover new interests, challenge themselves academically, and pursue the opportunities that they may not have thought even just a few years earlier. And one of the ways growth is by providing access to accelerated learning in our middle school. County Public Schools ranks among the 14th largest districts, #1 in Central Florida, and 6th in the state for middle school acceleration. You all, I'm going to continue to do that. I can't, but nearly half of our students complete Algebra 1 before, and more than one complete geometry. So as a reminder, those are high school classes and credits being earned while they're still in middle school. When students master rigorous coursework at an earlier age, they can then pursue even more advanced opportunities later in high school, creating pathways into engineering, computer science, and countless other careers on a strong math foundation. Happy to let you know that our great outcomes this year. Uncertainty throughout the year, our students and our teachers remain focused on learning, and our results. Our students WIDA outperformed the state average. We're ranked #1 Florida. #1 among Florida's 14th largest school districts.
All right, you've been listening in to the superintendent of schools in Seminole County. I apologize, the problems with our feed are getting a little bit worse here. So we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and then we will switch gears. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more on Fox Local.
methodology, and of course assessment.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. A live look at Air Force One as it lands in Michigan. The president on board. He's going to be touring and speaking at General Motors coming up in just a little bit. He's arriving right now at the Oakland County International Airport in Waterford Township, Michigan. You can see the plane taxiing on the runway there, and we are waiting to see the president there in Michigan on the ground there. And so we are monitoring that. We are also watching this news conference in St. Pete, where we are hearing from the mayor of St. Pete, Ken Welch, speaking there, getting ready to introduce Congresswoman Kathy Castor, talking about some federal funding coming to Florida to help with the flood mitigation projects. So let's go ahead and listen in.
With us, and Councilmember Brandy Gabbard is with us as well, and many members of our St. Pete team are here today. Thank you all for the job y'all do for us every day. Investing in our city's resilience and infrastructure continues to be our top priority. I'm proud to be standing here with Congresswoman Castor, who has been a continuous advocate for our community when it comes to strengthening our city against future disasters. The funding secured by Congresswoman Castor will support storm drainage improvements and flood relief on parts of Martin Luther King Jr. Street South and parts of North 4th Street. By improving drainage capacity and upgrading stormwater conveyance systems, these projects are expected to reduce roadway and structure flooding, improve emergency access and public safety during storm events, and strengthen the long-term reliability of the city's stormwater infrastructure. Now, residents near both of the project areas have experienced frequent flooding during wet weather or high tide events, and these streets can become impassable. Immediately following Hurricane Milton, Congresswoman Castor, Councilmember Fig Sanders, and I, along with our city teams, toured those areas to see the damage impacts. During that tour, we witnessed firsthand how street flooding in these areas can become a serious safety issue for residents and first responders. I want to thank Congresswoman Castor for literally being boots on the ground with us during those moments. I remember right on MLK. Her first-hand experience led us to being able to secure this funding. While these projects are just a small part of the city's overall resiliency efforts, the relief will have a strong impact on residents and others who travel along those roads. With climate change impacts increasing and becoming more frequent, it's critical that we have the resources necessary to combat those impacts. And by leveraging all levels of government and working in partnership, we remain committed to building off this progress and continuing to identify improvements and investments that will increase our city's resiliency for the long term. I want to thank you again, Congresswoman Castor, for your sponsorship of this request. We appreciate your continued support of our St. Pete community, and as always, we are St. Pete. Thank you all. Thank you.
It's now my pleasure to introduce Congresswoman Kathy Castor, Tampa Bay's Congresswoman, and as I'm sure she'll talk about, has represented both of these projects and worked across the city to address flooding. So, Congresswoman Castor, to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tampa Bay's Congresswoman Kathy Castor. Mayor, I can't think of a better place to be on 727. 727, here we are in St. Pete investing in our neighborhoods that need it. And Mayor Welch, I want to thank you very much for your leadership. I remember very well the days right after Hurricane Milton. We had already suffered through the damage of Hurricane Helene when so many of our neighbors were flooded out, and here we were hit by another massive flooding event from Hurricane Milton. And I remember with Councilmember Fig Sanders talking to neighbors that day, watching them try to talk to us across the floodwaters. saying that they didn't have power. They were afraid of what was happening to their property. They had been flooded before, and this repetitive flooding was really wearing on them, and it was certainly wearing on their pocketbooks. And Councilwoman Gabbard, I'm so appreciative for your leadership too, taking me into Riviera Bay over time. I mean, so many of the neighbors there have lost everything after the hurricanes. And when you point to neighbors and folks that the floodwaters came up across 4th Street, it's hard for them to picture if they didn't really experience it. But the pain on people's faces after a flood is just heart-wrenching, because that often means they can't get to work, they can't get to school, their property values are being impacted, and unfortunately these extreme events are happening more frequently. So that means we need to invest in resiliency, invest in our neighborhoods, make sure that our infrastructure is up to date. I'm so appreciative of Mayor Welch and the St. Pete City Council for what you're doing in leaning in to provide that leadership, explaining to neighbors that we need to invest now. It's not going to get any less expensive to upgrade culverts and drainage systems over time. The more we can invest now, we'll see greater savings down the road. And State Rep Lindsay Cross is here. Lindsay, thank you so much for everything that you've done in fighting for our neighborhoods and our neighbors and helping them to become more resilient to these extreme events. You have great engineers. Claude Tankersley is here, and I know, Claude, that you have helped rally everyone across the city as we're experiencing the outsized impacts of a heating climate, more flood events, more events where the tidal surge is going to continue to eat away at our properties. And that's why I'm very proud to answer the call. You all asked, you said, can you find some federal resources to help shore up our local infrastructure when it comes to flooding? And fortunately, the Congress finally acted in passing its appropriations bills, and we're able to deliver a couple $1 million here to help expedite a number of these projects to help improve our infrastructure, protect people's pocketbooks, protect their property values over time. So thank you, Mayor, again, for your leadership. What a great place to be here on 727 Day.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Now, the original location of this press conference was supposed to be on site at Lake McGorry Park, but you can see the weather outside. But it's my pleasure to introduce the District 5 council member who represents where that original location was going to be, Councilmember Deborah Figgs Sanders.
So I'm kind of glad to be inside, to be honest with you. So good afternoon, everyone. I am, as reported, Deborah Figgs Sanders, and I am so honored to join you today as we celebrate this important milestone on behalf of Congresswoman Kathy Castor, Kenneth Mayor Welch. We're dry, Mayor. We're dry today. And the city of St. Petersburg. I, along with so many of you, witnessed the devastating flood in this area firsthand. But what stood out to me even more was seeing Congresswoman Castor here on the ground with us, listening to residents, learning and advocating for solutions. That commitment has helped bring us to this point today. This project is a result of meaningful collaboration between our neighborhood associations, City Council, Mayor Welch's administration, and our Public Works Department, and our federal partners. Thank you to our Public Works staff for listening to residents, validating their concerns with data, and developing a plan that will make a real difference. Now, Martin Luther King Street is a vital corridor that thousands of residents rely on each and every day to get to work, school, and essential services. Improving this roadway strengthens our entire community. While today's project focuses on this area, it also reflects our city's broader commitment to resilience. Flooding affects neighborhoods across St. Petersburg, and we remain committed to ensuring that no neighborhood is left behind. As we move forward, transparency will remain a priority. Our residents deserve to stay informed every step of the way. So thank you to everyone whose partnership has made this day possible. Together we are building a stronger, safer, and more resilient St. Petersburg. Thank you. Thank you, Congresswoman Castor.
Thank you, Council Member. And as was spoken about, the residents are a really important piece of these projects, and we have so many different neighborhoods who are represented today, speaking to the holistic nature of these projects. And I just want to briefly acknowledge them from Harbordale, Bartlett Park, Bayou Highlands, Lake McGorry Shores, Lakewood Terrace, and Riviera Bay, who all have representatives here. But speaking on behalf of that collective need, it's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Bernice Darling, who has been a resident of this area for nearly 60 years, founding president of the Neighborhood Association, just to speak to the community importance.
This event in St. Pete continuing right now. Meanwhile, we watch the arrival of President Trump in Michigan. He is inside the Beast, the armored limo that you see there, leaving the airport and going to be heading to let's see, Milford, Michigan, where he's going to be participating in a tour and a gift ceremony, going to be attending a drag race as well before he speaks a little bit later this afternoon. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you live to Washington, D.C., the Department of Health and Human Services, as we hear from Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. speaking right now about health tech and an initiative to make health tech great again. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Today, for the first time in American history, patients can walk into virtually any doctor's office, hold up their cell phone, and securely share their complete medical records in seconds. 1 year ago, only 5% of Americans could import health records into an app of their choice. Today, that number is at 60%. We achieved this not through mandates, but by bringing the marketplace together around a shared mission and appealing to the idealism and practicality of companies like yours. Amy and Dr. Oz showed that when government sets clear goals, innovators respond. Industry wants to empower patients, and it's investing in making that vision real. Tom Keene deserves enormous credit as well. Under his leadership, this Trusted Exchange Framework and Common Agreement, or TEFCA, has grown from exchanging just 10 million records during its first 2 years of existence to 1.4 billion in the last 12 months. President Trump laid the foundation for TEFCA during his first term, but the Biden administration let that vision drift under layers of bureaucracy and fragmented systems. Tom put TEFCA back on course by focusing on one national framework where health information moves securely, seamlessly, and at the speed that patients deserve. At the same time, HHS is strengthening oversight of the TEFCA network. Organizations that participate must protect patient privacy and follow the law. When we uncover information blocking or fraud or other violations, we will refer those cases to the appropriate enforcement agencies. We're going to reward innovation, and we're going to hold bad actors accountable. We're also removing unnecessary regulations that stand between patients and better care. We're reducing prior authorization burdens, improving clinical trial matching, expanding diagnostic imaging exchange, and making real price transparency a reality. In June, Dr. Oz and I announced that CMS identified more than 500 hospitals that were not complying with the Trump administration's orders on price transparency. If those hospitals continue to hide prices from patients, HHS will impose every penalty under the law, including up to $2 million for large hospitals. The days of hiding prices from American patients are coming to an end. Our goal is simple: give Americans the ability to shop for care, create a marketplace, where they can compare prices and make informed decisions before they even walk into a hospital. But this effort has never been about technology for technology's sake. It's about people. Patients deserve a healthcare system that works for them, not against them. When doctors have a complete picture of the patient's health, they make better decisions. When patients control their records, they avoid unnecessary tests, they begin treatment sooner, and they receive better care. Technology is the tool that allows all of those good things to happen, and better health is the ultimate mission. Together, we're delivering a permanent shift in American healthcare, one that is transparent, more accountable, more secure, and more centered on the American patient. Together, we're going to continue building a healthcare system worthy of the American people, and we're going to work to make America healthy again. Now, I want to bring up my friend and colleague, Chris Klump, who many of you know, I think everybody here knows, and who is the current nominee for Deputy Secretary, a position I'm very, very confident that Congress will agree he belongs in. And he's been an extraordinary resource for this agency and an extraordinary leader. Thank you, Chris.
I am so grateful to get to be here with all of you. As I look out in the crowd, I see a lot of friends. I've had the privilege of getting to be a part of this industry, the health tech industry, for well over a decade, and it's a privilege to get to see you today. I'm grateful that you're here. Amy gave me the privilege of getting to talk a little bit about what's been built, to talk about how it's working, and a little bit about how patients are using it today. And so I want to talk about that because the numbers are worth saying out loud, even though I think some of you already know them. But before I do, I want to level set the stakes again of why we're here. And I thought I'd pick on one of multiple family member examples of what happens when we, all of the people in this room, don't do their jobs. I've got an extended family member. He had colorectal cancer, seemed routine, wasn't, was biopsied in the process, discovered fast-growing cancer. This was in one state. He wanted to return to his home state to receive his oncology care. Now, mind you, he was transferring from one established health system to another established health system. He couldn't get his records digitally. hasn't been able to get anything other than faxes. The fax machines got lost. He was told that he could go back out of state and get his records on CD-ROM. Meanwhile, he couldn't get an appointment scheduled with his oncologist until his records landed. So weeks, needless weeks, went by. He knew he was positive. He knew he had an issue, but he couldn't engage with the caregivers to understand what the next steps were, what the path of treatment would be, at a time of peak uncertainty where not just weeks, but days and hours and minutes matter. There's a consequence to the work that we do. It isn't for our business, it's not for bottom lines, it's not so that we can have fun political wins and headlines. It is to alleviate human suffering. It's 2026. Patients need and demand their records to flow. The people in this room, the people who have showed up, who have signed up, who have put in the hours, often being unknown, unnamed, those are the people that are making the difference. And so when I express my heartfelt gratitude to you for making the effort to be here today and to put in the tireless hours, when most of America will never know your names, I hope that you understand how sincere that is. It is deeply meaningful to me and my family. My family holds me accountable that we will do this work, that we will succeed. I suspect that you have loved ones who will hold you accountable. They know your names, and so we can't fail them. We can't let them down. So 12 months ago, we launched the health tech ecosystem. It was with 60 organizations. Today, that number has ballooned to over 800 in 12 months. That's not a mailing list. It's not people who clock it in and show up. These are people who, as I mentioned, are building to shared specifications. They're participating in work groups. They're live with real patients today in July 2026. Two things happened. First, CMS shipped some things. Second, you delivered some things. Let's articulate what those are. CMS delivered the Medicare app library. It delivered a national provider directory. It delivered an access model for reimbursement for these novel technologies. We have Medicare in production, with Medicare claims and benefit data in production, sharing live with patients and providers across CMS-aligned networks. In turn, you stepped up and responded. What have you delivered? Many of you, every major technology company with a health product has launched something built on patient records this year, and not because we mandated it, but because we opened the data and set a floor, and you showed up and competed. Similarly, every major electronic health record, EHR, is live. Again, not because it's been mandated, but supported by the plumbing underneath. Folks like BeWell, HealthX, FAST, and FlexPA. It's carrying real patient queries for real data right now that alleviates real human suffering today. The technical model is something I think we understand, but it merits worth repeating. We've got FHIR APIs on every CMS-aligned network. USCDI v3 is now the floor. We have IL2 and AL2 identity, including Clear and ID.me. Patients verify once, they access their data anywhere. It's easy. We have 27 combination patient matching as the standard, agreed to by every major network participant. We have query response as mandatory for those network participants. It's not optional. Smart health links and a QR code, the patient's full record available as they need it, structured in FHIR, plus a human-readable summary, shareable by phone at any appointment. So the number I want you to remember, if you don't know it already, is 60%. 60% of patients today in the United States can access their own record in an app of their choice. 60%. 12 months ago, it was 5%. We think it'll be 80% by October. That's because of the work that everyone here in this room did, and it is worth celebrating, and I'm so grateful to you for doing it. I'll tell you, though, that there is something that keeps me up at night, and it's that we've built something real. The data is flowing. We have the standards. We have the authentication protocols. The apps are live. The EHRs are connected. But, and I've also experienced this with my immediate family recently, patients walk into the clinic, maybe they have their QR code, but nobody knows what to do. They don't know how to receive the information that the patient is carrying. This gap cannot persist, and this is something that we have to work on together. Infrastructure only delivers value when people use it. Multi-sided networks are definitionally multi-sided. There's our side of the network, the provider side, the payer side, and there's the patient side. We have work to do on the provider side to enable the patient side to work. Right now, patients are ahead of the providers. Those apps are live and the records are flowing, but we've got work to do, and provider adoption is something that we need to do. Now, providers are not left alone. We're calling, and we hope that providers will heed the clarion call to step up and to engage and to modify their workflows, their behaviors, to actually receive these records. And we have ways to help and support them right now. We're not asking them to do this alone. We have a CMS page that talks about any provider doing whatever they need, how to integrate with their EHR by EHR, exactly how to receive a smart HealthLink QR code. There's an open source kill the clipboard implementation any EHR can use. The National Provider Directory tells patients whether their doctor is ready. And on the patient side, we've got the apps, we've got the consumer tech companies, the caregiver organizations, anyone with a channel, the patients that needs to tell them these capabilities exist, to tell them to show up with their QR code. We need the patients to ask their doctors, we need the doctors to respond, and we all have to be there when the doctors ask to support so that they can do that. Next up, prior authorization work group. It's live, it's executing. This is something I care very passionately about. Again, immediate family member delayed months over prior authorization because of failed records transfers. We have to do better. We have called on the insurers to do better. We've called on the providers to do better. We stand ready with regulation should it be necessary, but we hope, just as this grand convening has yielded such fruit in extraordinary time frames, far beyond what was accomplished in the prior decade, that the same will happen with prior authorization. Price transparency, diagnostic imaging, all in that same roadmap. So let me conclude with 2 notes. First, I'll reiterate again, thank you for being here, for showing up, for doing the work, for caring enough to put in the tireless hours. We see you, and we are immensely grateful. Second, let me please implore you to keep going. The work is not done. And when it is done, success will be that nobody notices, because it will be the standard, it will be the default. But those who love us will know, and we will know that we were there and we did a great thing. So with that, I thank you for being here. It's now my pleasure to introduce someone who needs no introduction, but he deserves one, our tireless leader of CMS by day, our fearless fraud fighter by night. He is the man who had the vision alongside Amy Gleason and so many others to launch this health tech ecosystem last year, understanding that real-time data flowing interoperability would be the single most deflationary and single most access and quality improving thing that we could possibly do, and threw all of his weight behind it. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Mehmet Oz. Slay it.
Chris Klemp, spectacular human being who's played such an important role culturally within the organization, making sure the glue to these disparate pieces hold together. As some of you may realize, the most important thing that we do in this agency, in general in government, is hire the smartest people out there and make sure they don't kill each other. And so part of the reason you're in here and are being meek, which means specifically putting your swords away so you can talk with each other and build a better future, is because you've bought into that belief system, which Secretary Kennedy has crafted at HHS. And I want to give Bobby credit for being an avatar for this movement. The Make America Healthy Again movement really is the forebearer of much of what we're talking about today. By being willing to challenge the status quo and by allowing Americans to be heard. Typically, a mom who says it's not as easy to take care of my kids as I think it was for my mom to take care of me, those are realities that I think have been appreciated by enough Americans that we don't have the choice. Not moving forward is a decision, and it's the wrong decision, and you're here because you believe in that as well. The health tech ecosystem, the growth, the accomplishments that you've achieved over this first year, stunning. The president is going to put a TruthSocial post out, hopefully during this session. It's going to celebrate the fact that when all this sort of came together at the White House event, the East Room, a year ago exactly, it was a hope that we would be able to achieve. At the time, we had 60 companies. Amy Gleason tirelessly with her team has pulled together now 800 companies. But more importantly, as Chris highlighted, went from 5% of people being able to easily appreciate and achieve their goal of seeing their medical records and sharing it with the person they thought might help them. That number now is over 50% and moving quickly in the right direction. And insurgents, like Secretary Kennedy, are effective because they ask a different question than many ask. The question that Secretary Kennedy asks is why? Why do we do it this way? Why not do it in other ways? As a surgeon, I'll tell you that some of the most brilliant moments of my career was when a medical student asked me that question, and it forced me to rethink something I thought we had right because my professor taught it to me that way when I was in that student's shoes. But these questions revolutionize industries. And I want to think a little bit about examples of that. Without too much detail, banking. I mean, literally the word bricks and mortar usually appealed to the bank branch you went to. And how many of you remember that you couldn't go to the same bank at a different branch? It had to be your personal branch you went to make a deposit or withdrawal. Yes, many of us are remembering those days, but not with fondness. And finally, we got the same banks to at least agree their branches could talk to each other. Now, most of us don't have to go to a branch for a reason that should have happened in healthcare many years ago. And how many of you took a ride share to get here today? Uber, Lyft? Yeah. Pretty stunning, isn't it? Let's go back a little bit and talk a little about why that happened and how it changed transportation. So I practiced medicine in New York City, so I knew a fair amount about cabs, which is how we would get around.
Dr. Oz speaking live right now, the Department of Health and Human Services. Dr. Oz, of course, the administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, talking right now as they mark the anniversary of this Make Health Tech Great Again initiative and some of what it has accomplished over the past year. You're getting a live look in Michigan as well as we await the arrival of the president. He's got a couple of events before he speaks to that crowd. He also spoke to reporters just moments ago on board Air Force One. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and then we'll listen in to those comments just moments ago.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. We are tracking a severe thunderstorm warning. I am talking with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard right now, actually, who's going to be joining us here in just a few minutes as we are tracking a severe thunderstorm warning for Flagler County. This is, let's see, northeastern Flagler County and northeastern Florida and southeastern St. Johns County as well. Storm located near Palm Coast. Moving south at 10 miles an hour. Let me see if I can pull this up on the radar for you right now so you can see a little bit while we are waiting on Laurel here. So they are warning of 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail as well. You can see those shapes showing up on the map there. They are the National Weather Service in Jacksonville warning of potential damage to roofs, siding, and trees in locations like Palm Coast, Bunnell, Espanola as well. They're warning folks, telling them to move to an interior room, lowest floor of a building, It is the 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That is what qualifies this as a severe thunderstorm warning. And so we are going to be tracking this here in just a minute. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. We are continuing to track a severe thunderstorm warning in Flagler County and also in a part of St. Johns County. This is in effect until 2 o'clock. It was just issued just a few minutes ago, and you can see on the radar there some of what we are dealing with, specifically along the coast, a little bit north of us here right now, but some other storms on the radar this afternoon as well. We talked about this earlier and kind of gave you a warning, a heads up that this could be some of what we see this afternoon, and here it is. 1:30, 1:40 now, and seeing some of these things pop up on the radar this afternoon. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard is tracking this. She's been in the Storm Team Alert Center, and she's joins us now in our streaming studio here. Laurel, thanks for jumping in here. What are we seeing right now? First of all, are you on links 1 or 3?
That is a great question. Let's do links. Let's do links 3.
Links 3. Okay, that's what I've got for you.
Perfect.
So we've got the right weather computer pulled up here. Now, what are we looking at out there this afternoon? What is the threat that we're seeing here?
Really, what these storms are doing is that they're picking up really quickly ahead of that cold front that what we've been tracking earlier on today and parts of yesterday as well. So we can see severe thunderstorm warning in effect for St. Johns County, as well as parts of St. Johns and Flagler County. So we're going to be watching these storms at least through the rest of the evening, because a few of these storms could pack a punch. And if you remember, Garrett, yesterday, this was the same area that also got hit pretty bad. We had a lot of outflow boundary winds that got impacted there. And we actually got in a viewer photo yesterday of a tent that was in someone's backyard, and it got lofted up in the air because of those winds. And then we also saw that storm quite literally fire things up, and that's what moved this tent from someone's backyard onto a totem pole, or a telephone wire pole. And that was crazy, with just the winds being able to loft that up. So let's break down what the latest is with this right here. we are seeing just this entire line just really pick up with those storms. And this is also because of the sea breeze, but also we have this cold front moving southward. So it's kind of the culmination between all of these elements that is what's really firing things up, especially along the northeast coast as we head through the rest of the afternoon and into this evening as well. So breaking down what we have right here, going to slow this down just a little bit and take off the special weather statements. Let's focus on the storms that are severe in particular. And I'm going to focus first on the Flagler County storm, but also going to hop into that St. Johns County storm as well, because that's what's going to be moving down I-95. So what we're seeing right here is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect from now until 2 p.m. National Weather Service did flag this mainly because of the winds being upwards of 50 miles per hour within this storm. So winds are the main factor of what we're tracking, making this storm severe. However, they are possibly picking up on a little bit of hail, but mainly just because this area was also impacted by really gusty, severe thunderstorm winds yesterday. They're going to be triggering this again. So storm tracker radar once again showing a good amount of lightning within this area as well. So Flagler Beach all the way up to Palm Coast. I'm watching you with this one because with this storm, we are just seeing a lot of that heavy, intense rain that we're going to continue to track. So I'm switching between our Jacksonville radar and our Melbourne radar to get a good view of what's happening on all sides of the storm. Here's a good look at our Jacksonville storm. We can kind of see especially these little pink areas right in here, right by Palm Coast, quite literally lingering along I-95. We can see if I change my pen to white, so you can see that a little bit better. Right in here where we're seeing just these little bright pink splotches, that's where I'm a little bit curious about if there is the potential of any hail within Flagler County specifically. So this is just north of Bushnell, Beverly Beach, Palm Coast, heading up towards areas just along the St. Johns County border. That's where we're watching specifically for this storm. So again, the main reason why this storm was even clocked in as severe in the first place was because of the severe gusty winds. So that's something that we're going to track first. So here is our base velocity. So this is going to show the storms and the wind coming out of the storm, and as well as the forward motion of the storm as well. So you can see kind of in this area really big bright splotches of that green and that red. We're doing a little radar lesson here, Garrett, on this Monday afternoon. 15 mile per hour gusts, 15 mile per hour gusts, not showing anything crazy when it comes to wind speeds on this showing right here. So that's a little interesting. We did see this a little intense just a couple minutes ago. So I do want to go back about 15 minutes. Let me clear this. Still using the same tool. But it did look like we did see a good amount of those storms just continuing to pick up really quickly. So that's also another aspect. And when we see a storm really build up very quickly like we do here in Florida, that creates those winds, creating that huge gust of wind downward as this storm is continuing to push cooler air down towards the surface. And that could easily pop off a 50 to 55 mile per hour gust, making a storm severe. So even though it doesn't look like big bright on radar, it is still a significant storm. So 16, 13, 15, this again, because this is also a little bit further from the radar, these are probably closer to 30 and 35 mile per hour wind gusts of what we were seeing within this storm. So one other thing that I want to check just to make sure we're taking a look at all sides of the storm, taking a look up from Melbourne, so using the same products, looking like a similar story there. Really gusty winds just coming out from the bottom of this storm. But good news, Garrett, I'm not seeing any rotation within this storm at all. I'm not seeing any red and green right next to each other, so that is a huge sign there. Also, if I saw like this little indent, then I would have been a lot more nervous for the possibility of this becoming a rotating storm. I'm not even seeing any of that either. So things are looking good in the threat of this is not a tornado warning scenario that we're heading into right now. So most likely the storm picked up really quickly. Most likely we see these storms die down very quickly because just take a look, just within the past couple of minutes, 33 lightning strikes within Palm Coast all the way down to Flagler Beach, and this also includes that severe thunderstorm that's in St. Augustine right now. And so taking a look just within the past 15 minutes, We went from 49 and now dropping down to 35. So that is a good news right there. Usually when we see that lightning really clustered and really dense amount of lightning amounts, that's when we know that the storm is getting stronger, whereas they start to deplete and get a little bit more scattered. That's a good sign to know that this storm is weakening as well. So where is this thing headed? This is pretty much making a direct beeline southward. So Ormond Beach, let's focus in on this storm in Flagler County right now, as this is starting to move into parts of Volusia County. If you are in any of these areas, so DuPont, Corona, Favoretta, Destination Daytona, National Gardens, Ormond by the Sea, you probably have about 20 minutes to get inside and find some shelter. You're not only going to be seeing very gusty winds, but also going to be seeing not only an intense amount of lightning, but incredible torrential rain. And it's not coming as far down as south as Daytona quite yet, but Garrett, probably within the next 10 minutes or so, we might want to pop up that Daytona Beach camera to see if we can see any of this storm there. Tomoka Estates, right by the auto mile right there, that's where we're also going to be seeing the storm working its way in about 20 minutes. Ormond by the Beach, or Ormond Beach Municipal Airport, as well as Ormond Beach, you probably have about 20 to 30 minutes to get inside and make sure you are ready for that cover. This storm moving southeast at 31 miles per hour. So this storm, it's moving. This is going to be a very quick moving storm. So where we're seeing the center of this storm right now, again, just to kind of track this southward, it's right over Flagler Beach, moving at 32 miles per hour to the south. We'll bring it 34 just in case it does pick up. So all of these areas, again, the same areas that we called out before, you probably have about a half hour or less in order to make sure, especially if you're down by Ormond Beach. If you're closer to Flagler Beach, you're already getting the rain, so just make sure you are getting inside very quickly. Ormond Beach, Daytona Beach, you probably have about a half hour in order to get inside before we start to see this storm move on in. So again, if you're just joining us, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the next 12 minutes or so. So we're going to be tracking that at least through the next couple of minutes. But right behind it, there's also another severe thunderstorm warning, which will most likely work its way into Flagler County as we head into the next half hour or so. So also tracking a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for St. Johns County. This is for until 2:15, so about 15 minutes later than the storm that we're tracking currently. With this one in particular, this is a Jacksonville look of what we can see with this storm right here. So let's take actually a look at that. As we are seeing possibly up to 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as the possibility of hail. And the reason why I'm referencing hail with this storm is because just take a look. We did see like these little splotches of pink within this line of storms that's firing up over Flagler County right now. But as we can see with this storm up here just to the north and just to the west of St. Augustine, we have a huge area of pink. So I'm going to turn off the lightning real quick and take a look at the hail to see if there's any possibility of that. Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of hail just south of Barkersville. If this thing holds together, it could be staying just as intense as it works its way south into Flagler County. So we're going to be watching this pretty closely to see if hail continues to be a threat as it works its way into Flagler County. Just to rephrase, this is not in Flagler County yet. It's just north of, but it is working its way south. So most likely areas, especially across Hastings, Flagler Estates, working its way down towards the Bushnell area, Crescent City area, or Bunnell area, that's where we could be seeing this storm track. So tracking this storm now, working our way back to our Jacksonville radar and also taking a look at what we can see within this storm. Noticing maybe just a little bit of the rotation, but I think it's just the sea breezes just trying to collide in just that perfect way that it created just a little bit of spin. But right now the storm pretty much staying stationary. So again, I'm talking about the storm that's in St. Johns County that has a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 2:15 p.m. This is not the one that's in Flagler County. Did look like enough just came together that it did try or just produce that little bit of spin, but not enough in order to take this any further. Main threat is the wind, and that's the one thing thing that I do want to stress. Pretty much all through today is going to be a wind-based storm. And what we're seeing here is probably wind gusts to about 50 miles per hour is what we can see. I know it only says 10 to 17, but because this is a little bit further away from the radar, and this is our Jacksonville radar, these winds are going to be picking up very, very quickly in a short amount of time. So just watching all of our bases as we head through the rest of the afternoon, because I do not think we are in a severe threat. Let me actually double check that.
And Laurel, while you're checking on that, I want to go ahead and pull up a couple of our live cameras here that we've been looking at here. This one, Flagler County Emergency Management at Hammock Dunes in Palm Coast. You can see some of the clouds there. It's an interesting kind of look there that we are seeing in Flagler County.
Those clouds are dark too, and a little bit of a nerd out moment. You can kind of see the two different shades of clouds. The darker clouds mean that those clouds are more dense. So when we see those darker clouds, there's more structure above them. So that's the start of the thunderstorm. Those lighter clouds usually mean that there's rain behind it. So you can almost see the boundary of where we're already starting to see that rain moving into Flagler County. It's in Palm Coast area. So cool image, but yeah, those clouds, oof. They're dark.
They are dark. And now let me show you a little bit farther south looking. This is our Hard Rock Hotel camera in Daytona Beach. And I moved it to point north, which is obviously an obstructed view. You can see from the top of the building there. But you can see the clouds. You can see certainly see the showers and the storm in the distance as that continues to move southward.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And probably Hard Rock camera is right on Daytona Beach. So it's right around here. So it's kind of shooting up towards the bottom of the storm. So it's heading up towards Holly Hill. So it's looking just over the coast. And that's where we're seeing probably the outskirts of this storm out there right now. So you can kind of see just the very edge of this storm versus what we're seeing on the radar. This is what the camera's pointing at. That's not even pointing towards the severe storm. Again, this severe storm is slowly going to be working its way down I-95. So this is only catching the very, very front end, but just look at how dark those clouds are. And you can kind of see the ever so slight front of it, but that rain looking just above the roof and also just above the ocean horizon, you can see just how dense that rain is. Garrett, I can tell you right now, yesterday, I know I'm a meteorologist and everything, I forgot a raincoat at the worst point, and I was trapped in my car for about 20 minutes yesterday because of the rain. And that rain came down hard, and that's exactly what we're going to be seeing today. If you get hit with a storm, be prepared. That rain is going to be pretty much torrential, which means if you're driving, especially in this, it's going to be rough. So just a heads up for that. Take it low, take it steady, because that's when we're going to be seeing those storms really pick up. And because of that torrential rain we could be seeing, just taking a look at the, switching gears just for a second, the accumulation rate of this storm currently is crazy, and just goes to show how dense this rain is falling and how torrential this rain is. If this storm stayed in this one spot at its current intensity for 1 hour, there would be over 7 inches of rain in areas across Flagler County right now, especially over Bunnell. And that little bit of a storm that we're checking out right at that Hard Rock Daytona Beach camera, there would be 8 inches of rain. That is crazy. Good news is that these storms are moving in and out of the region pretty quickly. Yesterday, we kind of saw those storms staying stationary. A little bit different today. These storms are moving pretty quick. So these storms should be pretty much in and out of here, but it's still that torrential rain that's going to be lingering, especially over Flagler County areas, for at least the next half hour, 45 minutes or so. So a lot of rain falling in a very short amount of time. That's pretty much what we're tracking. Good news, Garrett, of what I'm seeing right now, most of the lightning has gone down, and also I'm not seeing as many pink areas that could suggest there could be some hail thrown in there too. So that's good news, especially with this storm that's set to expire within the next 5 minutes. That's like set to expire our Flagler County storm at 2 p.m. on the dot. And it does look like National Weather Service agrees that yes, this will, actually looks like they're going to continue a special weather statement, which is a little bit different. This means that the storm is still strong, but not at severe strength. So it's just shy of. So I do want to pop that up real quick. just to show the rest of the warnings, because even though this is the only 2 severe storms that are on the board right now, we're still tracking a good amount of other storms. And you can see, even as we back out, taking a look over the Villages, Deltona area, still a good amount of rain, but the thunderstorms that are picking up mainly because this cold front is working its way south. We have the sea breezes coming in. That created just enough lift to produce all of these storms pretty much at once. And that's why we're keeping very close tabs on these coastal storms for sure. So overall, still seeing special weather statements in effect from now until 2:15. So even though the severe threat is going to be gone at 2, these storms are still going to be strong, but not quite severe. And when we talk about severe storms, especially, winds need to be above 49 miles per hour, and there needs to be a present threat of hail that's over, penny is in the coin-sized hail. So that's what creates a severe thunderstorm. And it looks like those winds are starting to come down on this storm. However, these winds are still really, really gusty. So with that, we are still seeing a special weather statement in effect. Just means that we're still continuing to watch a strong thunderstorm. However, it's not severe, but still seeing the incredible threats of wind, lightning, and even more.
So could see another, it wouldn't be out of the possibility or out of the realm of discussion here to say there could be another severe thunderstorm warning that might pop up again later.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is what we saw yesterday, an entire string of storms firing up.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Live and streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, good Monday afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 TV. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining me now because if you were with us on our stream, we had been tracking severe thunderstorm warning in Flagler County, and my understanding, Laurel, is that now has expired.
Yes. However, we still are watching some strong thunderstorms directly along the coast. This is what's going to be working its way way down into Volusia County and parts of Daytona Beach within the next couple of minutes. So first and foremost, we are still keeping an eye on some storms that are just off to our north, focusing in on St. Augustine, St. Johns County. This area of severe thunderstorms have just been extended and are working their way south. So most likely these storms losing their punch as they work their way down into Flagler County. However, keeping tabs on those two storms as we're just keeping very close eyes on what's going to be moving in from the north as we head through the rest of the afternoon. But taking a look over here, Palm Coast all the way down to Holly Hill, working its way south into Daytona Beach. And we have that camera up, our Daytona Beach camera up, correct?
And it looks like the rain has started.
Oh, whoa. Okay, so that just goes to show how heavy that rain is coming down. I don't need to tell you that. You can just see it. But that's one thing that we are tracking within this storm. Good news is that the winds have died down, so this storm is no longer severe. However, it still does have some really gusty winds associated with it. As you just saw, the torrential rain, and it is still firing off some good strikes of lightning. So we are still going to be watching these storms with the special weather statement still intact until 2:15. Watching, but again, not severe. However, it is still strong.
And subject to change. So we will check in with Noah coming in a little bit as well, who's going to be tracking these with us as well. So Laurel had been with us for the last half hour or so as we tracked that severe thunderstorm warning. Again, it has expired, but don't let up your guard just yet because of that special weather statement. Certainly be aware and to take a raincoat. Have that umbrella handy.
Take a raincoat, take an umbrella. Don't be like me, like yesterday, who knew it was going to rain, totally forgot about it. Just make sure you are keeping weather aware because we still are going to be tracking a good amount more of these thunderstorms through the rest of the afternoon, and Noah will have more on that.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
And now to shift gears here on Florida Live. I want to take you to Brevard County, where the sun is still shining right now. On Fox 35's Esther Bauer, who joins us live right now with some details about a new way to manage the muck in Brevard County. What's going on there, Esther?
Hey, Gary. Yes, it's still really beautiful out here, so hoping those storms stay away from the Space Coast for a little bit. But yes, Gary, we talk about muck all the time, and most of us know what this is, but it's just gross. It's like a black tar substance that you really do not want to see anywhere near water because it ultimately coats the floor of the Indian River and it just smothers it where you don't have grass growing, you don't have wildlife thriving, you just have this black tar that you would think would be going to make some kind of pavement that has accumulated on the bottom of the Indian River. And if this was a more polluted part of the Indian River, it would be black on the bottom. This is actually looking beautiful. I'm here up north on the Indian River, and this looks good. This is what we'd like to see in the Indian River, spanning the entire 72 miles of coast. But unfortunately, the reality is we have had decades and decades and decades of this muck building up. And so now we're seeing the county really racing to try and figure out how to get the muck out of the water. Normally, when we talk about removing muck, you do that. You have to remove it from the water. They will dredge. They will go deep, deep down. They will suck up the muck and they'll end up moving it into landfills, into piles, just away from the water. But now we're talking about a brand new project the county is trying where, Garrett, they don't even have to remove the muck from the water. And that says, okay, well, how are you going to deal with the issue if the source of pollution is still there? What they're doing is they are actually capping it. So they're keeping that tar-like substance on the bottom, but they are adding another layer of very clean, pure sand on top, ultimately putting a stop to that layer of muck with that clean sand, stopping all those harmful toxins from going into the water. And then above that clean layer of sand, what they're wanting to see is the beautiful, clean, crystal clear water like you're seeing. So they're kind of choking off the muck, choking off all that bad stuff, putting something good where hopefully they're going to see seagrass start to grow. They're going to see wildlife start to come back. And so it's a new way to deal with the muck. So the county told us the reason that they're starting this brand new project is because They usually dredge, like we said, but everything is getting pricier and pricier. The county's trying to be wise, spending the money that they have. And so for the first time ever, this capping project was cheaper than dredging. That's why they're trying it. Cocoa Beach is first, and it's about 140 acres with 400,000 tons of this clean, clear sand that they are putting in to cap the muck. If this goes well, if the project, does what it's supposed to do, we could eventually see this spread. And this is just another tool that the county will be using to try to clean up the water so we continue to see it doing better.
Esther, is this something that has been done elsewhere before, so they kind of know what to expect with this?
Yes. Yes, so we are being told this has been tried in other places throughout the United States, and it's proven well there. So they're not just, tossing sand in and hoping it sticks. There has been data to back up that this method really does work. So they are pulling from there. But as far as our county, this is the first time we're seeing them try this approach here.
And is the expectation, obviously, it is believed to work. Is it believed to be as effective as the original method, or is this something where it's kind of a balancing act of effectiveness versus the cost as well?
Yeah, I think it's definitely that balancing act, but the county also said they're trying to weigh in which places which specific project will work. So in some areas where maybe the muck was a little bit thinner, they can go in and, scoop that out, dredge that out. But in this specific location, the muck was so deep, they would have spent way too much where the project might not have even been feasible had they tried to go in on 140 acres and get all the muck out. So what the county is really saying is, look, we need to have different tools that we can use around the entire waterway to really deal with the persistent problems that we're seeing there, whether that is taking it out like they've done in several spots, or if in this case it was just too deep to really meaningfully take out, can they go in, kind of choke off that source of the problem and see things get better. So this is something that they're absolutely going to be tracking to see how good the project works, but definitely balancing, where the best projects make the most sense to clean up the most water.
Interesting stuff. Going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. Fox 35's Esther Bauer joining us live from Brevard County. Thanks so much for joining us, Esther.
Yes, and we'll keep you posted.
All right, we know you will. Oh, before we go to break here on Florida Live, we are just getting started. I want to give you a live look in Michigan, where we expect to hear from President Trump sometime this hour. He's expected to speak a little bit before 3 o'clock. So if he does begin speaking in this hour, we'll bring it to you. If it's a little bit later, we'll have that live streaming for you. So we are waiting for the president in Milford, Michigan. He's attending a couple of demonstrations and things like that this afternoon there before he speaks. As you see everything set up at General Motors for the president. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
Reporting their roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Tuesday on Fox.
Welcome back in. Give you a live look right now in Milford, Michigan, awaiting the arrival of the president, who is supposed to speak there shortly. Meanwhile, welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And for that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to begin today with a story that is getting a lot of clicks online. It is our top performing story today, and that's because a Pasco County man, he was mowing the lawn back in July of 2021 when he was struck by a driver at a high rate of speed as that person was fleeing from sheriff's deputies, and now his family is suing the Pasco County Sheriff's Office. So as he was mowing the lawn outside that Dollar General in Newport Richey, Samantha Harvey, who was driving a stolen Toyota equipped with GPS tracking, was leading deputies on a high-speed chase. Now, deputies initially chased Harvey at high rates of speed and eventually lost sight of the car, and they briefly called off this pursuit. But the deputies re-engaged the chase, supported by a sheriff's office helicopter overhead. Harvey later testified that as she approached Little Road and Nassau Drive, she saw the cruisers and the stop sticks in the road. She says she swerved off of the pavement to avoid those stop sticks, and that's when she struck Hernandez on that riding lawnmower. Now, the crash left Hernandez with severe permanent arm and brain damage, causing memory loss that prevents him from working or even handling basic tasks. His family lost their apartment and actually had to move in with relatives. Harvey was sentenced to 10 years in prison, but now Hernandez's family is suing the Pasco Sheriff's Office. The lawsuit claims deputies violated their own chase policy, which states a pursuit should only happen if letting the suspect go poses a greater danger to the public than the chase itself. The family argues law enforcement should have relied on the car's GPS, the helicopter, or a remote kill switch instead of engaging in a dangerous chase over a property crime. The Pasco Sheriff's Office denies any liability. In a statement, the agency expressed sympathy for Hernandez, but said deputies acted within policy. The Sheriff's Office says Harvey chose to flee, nearly hit a deputy, and deliberately drove toward Hernandez to avoid those stop sticks. They say her actions alone caused his injuries. Now, this lawsuit is scheduled to go to trial this September. Garrett?
All right, next in our Tampa Connection, Nancy, a scary situation at a nursing home in Bradenton. What do we know about what happened there?
Yeah, this happened over the weekend, and a portion of the roof collapsed and actually damaged about a 100 by 100 foot section, impacting the trusses system nearby. Now, officials do say that this situation, however, could have been much worse. Fortunately, the dining room was empty when that roof gave way. Emergency crews had the building fully secured by 3 o'clock on Sunday morning. Manatee County Commissioner Amanda Ballard says the county's primary focus is ensuring every resident's needs are fully met at their temporary locations. Aviata staff members are actively reaching out to families with updates, confirming that all residents remain safe and cared for within their network. Now, Bradenton Fire Chief Tim Gear points out that recent storm patterns can cause heavy water to pool on flat roofs, overwhelming drainage systems. Preliminary reports indicate water intrusion as well as termite damage likely contributed to this partial collapse. But again, officials say this could have been much worse because none of the residents were actually in that dining hall when this portion of the roof collapsed. However, the cause of the collapse still remains under active investigation. Garrett?
All right, Nancy, and finally in our Tampa Connection here today, a bit of a holiday in Pinellas County.
Yes. Yes, that's right. It's 727 Day. Of course, it's July 27th, so 727. And 727 is the area code over in Pinellas County. And this annual tradition celebrates all of the residents of Pinellas County, but it's also used to educate the community of the value of tourism as well as supporting local businesses. So getting in on the deals is simple. You can head to 727day.com on your phone and tap download your passport. Now, Now, after filling out a quick bit of information, you will have full access to participating businesses. And as you visit and check in at participating shops, resorts, museums, restaurants, and bars across the county, you can earn points toward this year's official event t-shirt. The t-shirt features a custom design by local artist Clancy Ream, and participants can also choose to have a print of the design delivered straight to their door. Local leaders are fully embracing this 77-day tradition. Beth Bell, who's the Chief Marketing Officer of the Dolly Museum, says it's vital to recognize the community's role in welcoming year-round visitors, highlighting the excitement of partnering with other area museums, restaurants, as well as Visit St. Pete Clearwater. And of course, next month in August, we will celebrate Tampa's 813 Day on August 13th. Garrett.
All right, all the local holidays here coming up in just a couple of weeks. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
Time now for our Florida Live forecast. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren joining me now. Noah, we've been tracking some showers and storms out there. Laurel was in here just a little bit ago as there was a severe thunderstorm warning. How are things looking out there right now?
Yeah, good news from that warning. We did have nothing actually severe was reported, so that's always a good thing to pass along. No wind damage, no hail, at least that we've seen out there so far. But we do have a line of storms, Garrett, that's drifting south, and we talked about this at the end of last week, that the rainy season switch would be flipped back on. And here we are with daily showers and downpours once again. So we had kind of an unusual spell last week where we did not have a lot of rain. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday last week. This weekend, it picked up, especially on Sunday. And then now this week, we're back to daily downpours and storms. So what we're tracking out there for the evening is things working from north to south. We're going to see probably a couple of strong storms this evening. In terms of anything severe, look, it's summer in Florida. Random severe storm warnings can and often do happen. And a lot of the times nothing actually severe happens. It's just based on radar potential. So nothing out of the ordinary earlier to have had that severe thunderstorm warning. You can see back here closer to 1:40. We had that warning way up in northern Flagler County. Here we are right now at 2:18. We've got a special weather statement here coming into the Deltona area for a strong thunderstorm. But what's going to go on through the evening tonight is that we're going to have this little area of storms kind of oriented in a line like that. It's working its way to the south, and it will be moving south heading into the evening commute for this evening and tonight. So let me track you the leading edge of this line of storms. So I'll just kind of highlight it with this little line here so you can see. And I'll put a little track on it so we can get you squared away to plan for your evening commute if you've got plans tonight or you're doing things outside. Let me get this queued up here. So this would be a track of this storm. It's moving south at about 30 miles an hour to the southeast, something like that. We'll put it just like that. So this will put it in the DeBerry area about 2:20. So coming up here now into the Seminole Town Center, which is basically the western side of Sanford, about 2:30. So it's the Sanford area about 2:30. Now I'm going to extend this out just a little bit so we can get some more places on here. The Longwood area will say about 2:44, Castleberry about 2:48, and then Altamont closer to just before 3 o'clock. These times are the arrival of some downpours and also the strong thunderstorms, which are currently subsevere, but we will keep an eye on those. Now, if they hold together on their current rate, they would be in the Orlando area. Let me put this on here so you can see. We'll track this towards Orlando for about an hour from now, maybe a little more than an hour. And then this one here over towards, we're not talking about Brevard County until closer to like 4:30. You can see here 4:20 getting towards Melbourne. So it's going to be a while till those things get further south, but they're drifting to the south. We can put the towns back on here so you can see. Up in the DeLand area, Deltona, some downpours, vivid lightning. I got caught in some of them yesterday, as I'm sure many of you may have. Those storms yesterday, I was golfing in Oviedo and trying to come back to Lake Mary area about 3 in the afternoon, 2 in the afternoon, and man, those storms yesterday really downpoured. Not quite as strong today. You can see in Daytona Beach, a little shower, no lightning right now at Daytona Beach. This one in DeLand, let me stop the radar. We'll take a look at some of the wind in here. Thankfully, there's not a lot of wind in here. In fact, I'll put some queries on here. 26 mile an hour, so that's not overly strong, but a little bit of gusty wind. We'll keep an eye on that. Good news for hail. Not seeing any hail coming into the DeBerry area, but still lightning is one of Mother Nature's biggest killers. We always take lightning seriously. A couple of showers back towards the villages, and then down towards Bushnell. All right, I do want to give you a quick big picture update here across the country while I have you here, because there's two things we're keeping an eye on, obviously here at home, right? The storms in Central Florida today, but there are holy cow storms in Chicago area, probably the biggest storms they've had in a very long time. Many of you may be transplants or you have family or friends up around Chicago area or Milwaukee. I mentioned because it's impacting the national air travel. We've got ground stops at all of the Chicago area airports because of very violent, severe weather, which I checked is impacting a lot of flights into Central Florida. So if you happen to be watching this and you're at the airport here in Orlando, or you're going or you're picking somebody up, there is massive, massive, massive impact from these tornadoes and severe storms that have gone through the Chicago area. You can see them there. There's so many warnings, it's kind of hard to see, but a couple there by Chicago and a couple up over towards Milwaukee. So if you do happen to be traveling today, keep an eye on that because of storms up to the north. But for here in Florida, this little line of storms, it'll work its way south through the evening commute. One or two could be strong or severe, but that severe threat doesn't look to be too big here for today. Temperatures out there right now, about 90 ahead of the storms. Not too bad. 92 is the average high for this time of the year. Heat index is up there. It's actually going to come up as we go into the next few days. Now check out New Smyrna. 117. Now that's skewed a little bit because the humidity there is naturally a little higher because of where the sensor sits in relation to the ocean, but it feels like 117 in New Smyrna. It's hot. It's pretty hot out there, and the heat index will go up tomorrow into Wednesday before it starts to settle back down a little bit for the end of the week. So the rainy season switch is flipped back on. I think that's the big headline here for this week. Last week we did not have a lot of rain. This week we're going to have daily showers and daily storms. So Garrett, nature reminding us that it still is the summer. It's now almost August. We're going to be talking about back to school here soon, as you know very well. And this week right now is statistically our hottest week of the year on average in the Orlando area. So now is the peak of summer. And it's also our wettest time of the year now through about the third week of August. So the peak of summer is, we're not talking about it coming, it's here now.
Kind of living up to it so far too.
Yes.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Noah Berggren, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Before we go to break here, I want to give you a live look in Michigan. President Trump touring a facility there ahead of his remarks at General Motors, expected in just a little bit. We're going to take a break right now here on Florida Live, and we will be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. I want to get you live to Seattle, where we're hearing an update from police talking about 3 people killed, 4 hurt at a Seattle food festival at a shooting over the weekend. You may have followed some of that breaking news. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
The cameras, we were told yesterday that there were no security cameras in the area where the shooting occurred. Why would that be the case, especially with such a major public event?
I'm not sure where the camera placement are. Those, the video unit, they're probably at home asleep now. They'll give me another second briefing this afternoon. We'll be able to answer that question.
I want to go back to 30 minutes.
Hold on. We're going to let the mayor answer the question. Hang on.
Yeah, I'll just say I've been told that the Seattle Center does have cameras, and we are in the process of pulling that footage to see if there's anything relevant in there.
Well, to back up on that, too, you know, the CCTV cameras have been a real talker. This could have happened in the stadium district, and you decided to turn those off pending an audit. How do you feel now?
The safety of the residents of Seattle is my highest responsibility, and I take that very seriously. In the course that we've charted on the CCTV cameras, which is a matter of public record, that means balancing various kinds of safety for different communities, and that is the motivation behind the course that we're taking.
Chief, I have a follow-up for you.
We're over here. We're over here.
Could you reconcile for me? Last night we were told public is in no danger, nothing to worry about here, and then on the other hand, we hear that there is still a second suspect at large. How do you reconcile the two of those?
Yeah, I think you may have been, you know, whenever there's a shooting and we're looking for suspects and that person is not in custody, there's always a danger, right? And so what we want to get out to the public is that the interior scene, what we call our inner perimeter, was secure. I believe that's the message that we were trying to get out. We had a second scene that was only cleared a couple of minutes before the actual press. And so we're trying to get information out as often as we can, but our focus is on the search for the suspect. And so we will certainly, as I stated before, we have no problem with doing after-action reviews, understanding how to work better with our communication strategy, making sure you get the information that you need so that you can do your job, which is what? To ensure that our public is informed on public safety matters, because I believe that the public has a right to participate in their own public safety. They can only do that if we get our information out, and that's what we're going to try to do.
Officials in Seattle continuing to take questions. What we know, again, 3 people killed, 4 people hurt at that food festival in Seattle. We know that a 15-year-old has been arrested, a suspect in that shooting. And as you heard the police mention just a moment ago as we were listening in live, they also believe there is a second suspect that was involved with this, and the search continues for that second suspect. Meanwhile, we are also tracking an interesting case that raises a lot of interesting legal questions. This was the arrest of an American citizen in Atlanta, now being charged with obstruction of justice after investigators say he gave law enforcement what's called a duress password, which essentially wiped his phone of data when investigators were trying to get some information from it. This was, they were looking for evidence of child exploitation. Investigators say he gave them a duress password that then wiped the phone clear. As a result. So joining us live now to talk about some of the legal questions this raises, some of what this might mean going forward, we are pleased to be joined by Whitney Bone, an attorney with Bone Law, joining us live now via Zoom. Whitney, always good talking with you, and thanks for joining us today here on Florida Live.
Thanks for having me.
So, Whitney, this is an interesting case. I think when, many people, myself included, kind of heard of it, it's really interesting, not something that we've really heard of happening a lot before, at least. And so I want to get your reaction as an attorney with some of the legal questions and the interesting things that kind of arise from this. What are the issues here?
Well, obviously there's going to be major concern, based on my knowledge of this case at least, surrounding the First Amendment rights of the defendant in the case to be engaged in what I guess would be considered to be politically subversive activities. activities, and that being potentially the reason he is being targeted by law enforcement. Obviously, that is one side of the coin in terms of that is not the viewpoint of law enforcement, who is, and the Department of Justice, who are taking the perspective that this is an individual who was obstructing justice by destroying evidence of a crime. In order to be able to prove that an actual crime was committed here in terms of the charge of obstruction of justice or destruction of this evidence through the duress password, the government is going to have to be able to show some reliable level of information existed that there actually was evidence of a crime on that phone. And I don't know at this point whether or not they're going to be able to meet that threshold, but that's going to happen for them to be able to prove he committed this crime.
What is, in a situation like this, what would be required of someone like this man who was asked for a passcode? Is that something where kind of compliance is expected by law enforcement, or is it something that's required by law in that situation to give an actual passcode, not a passcode that may wipe the phone clean? Or what's kind of the expectation and the requirement in a situation like this?
Well, what you've got are two separate things you're talking about. So, I mean, there's expectation and then there's requirements. So legally, I mean, I absent, a court order, I'm not sure that law enforcement could actually require somebody to provide their passcode under the auspices of a what we'll call a Fourth Amendment, the United States Constitution related sort of search, and the inquiry in terms of whether or not this is a lawful search. There's also a Fifth Amendment under the U.S. Constitution implication to be allowed to remain silent when being questioned by law enforcement. So in this case, for instance, being asked to provide a passcode, can implicate the Fifth Amendment in terms of you're asking someone to give you information, or law enforcement's asking someone to give information that's potentially incriminating and testimonial in nature, as we call it under the law. The difference, though, in terms of this particular situation, which I understand has very broad-reaching sort of impact in terms of setting what we call legal precedents or jurisprudence, depending on the outcome of this case, where, in other words, future prosecutors, future defense attorneys, future courts can look at what happens in this case to justify potentially factual and legal outcomes in other cases. But at the end of the day, absent law enforcement or Department of Justice being able to show in this situation that the phone contained information that was, showed a crime was committed by this individual or some other individual, I guess is feasible too, they're not going to be able to convict him of this crime. So in other words, the charge of that they're levying against him is not going to stand on its own just for not giving over a passcode. If you're just a person who's been asked by law enforcement to give over a passcode and you give a passcode that's a duress passcode, you've not per se committed a crime, even under this analysis and application of the law. There's constitutional concerns here, and that's what the defense attorney for this individual has raised relative to these charges in terms of, again, right to be free from, incriminating yourself under the Fifth Amendment, and then Fourth Amendment issues related to the search.
Isn't it fascinating, Whitney, just big picture, to think the fact that 200 plus years after the Constitution was written and those amendments that you're talking about, that we are still seeing new things that come up that really kind of shape our understanding of what those words in the Bill of Rights mean.
Absolutely. And we will continue to do so, especially because, this couldn't have even been remotely contemplated at the time that these constitutional amendments were drafted. But even with case law that we have, which is another way of, making law and interpreting the law, and in addition to statutes in the Constitution, we're not really caught up to deal with all of this. We're constantly going into new areas. And so it'll be very interesting to see, if defense counsel here for this individual are able to win on any constitutional challenges, both generally as it would relate to any person in this situation and as to this particular defendant as well, and what the impact of that will be, or if we're going to start seeing more discretionary choices by DOJ and other prosecuting authorities with regard to charging this when people are using these sort of options to delete their devices' contents.
It's going to be an interesting case to follow, and it's going to be interesting to see how folks continue to kind of use some of these new technology and new things that are out there, and kind of the evolving nature of just all of this. It's a lot of interesting questions. Whitney Bone, we really appreciate your perspective and your expertise and sharing that with us here on Florida Live today.
Thanks for having me. Yes.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Live and streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and I want to give you a live look in Milford, Michigan right now, where we are awaiting President Trump, who's expected to speak in the next little bit. He's been touring a facility there and is going to speak in just a few minutes, expected around 10 minutes from now. We'll see what the timing ends up being for that. You see the sign saying American jobs and American cars. Now, the president did speak just a little bit ago to reporters on board Air Force One while he was flying from our nation's capital to Michigan. Here is some of what he said about the conflict in the Middle East and a number of other topics.
On the Iran war, have you been frustrated with Secretary Hegseth because of the advice he gave you early on in the war and how it's turned out?
I think he's done a great job. We've pretty much destroyed their military. They want to meet, and we're meeting. We'll see what happens. There's a chance we can make a deal. Without what we did, they wouldn't even be talking to us. They requested a meeting through their surrogates and directly. And we're meeting, and, you know, good things can happen. I guess oil dropped very big today. Stock markets, as of about an hour ago, was like through the roof. But no, they requested a meeting. They would not have requested the meeting if we were doing poorly. want to meet is because we've been hitting them very hard. Yeah.
How much patience do you have left with the boxer?
I have plenty of time. Plenty of time. Their whole shoreline's wiped out. The strait is in very good shape. And we're talking right now. You know, they wanted to talk. Their people said, please don't shoot last night, the night before, 2 nights. Don't do it. You know, we're having good talks. So we'll see what happens. I think there's a good chance that something could happen. And if it does, good. If it doesn't, we go back to doing what we were doing 2 days ago.
What has communication been like with the Houthis and the Red Sea? The Houthis. Are you concerned about the disruptions?
We're dealing with Saudi Arabia, and it's a problem that we had a while ago, and we knocked the hell out of them, as you know. We didn't have any problems with the Houthis after that. But we're not involved with that. But we may, you know, if they're a problem, we'll probably have to get it.
On Saudi Arabia, have you gotten any indications from Saudi Arabia when it comes to the Abraham Accords that they will sign on?
We haven't talked about that.
You put out a TruthSocial.
Are you concerned about depleted stockpiles if there is a Iraqi conflict in Iran?
We have plenty. We have a lot of ammunition, different types. You know, Biden gave a lot to Ukraine, and so we're building that up. But we have a lot. We have a lot of the mid-level stuff, too. I mean, more than we could ever use, no matter what. But we have a lot. I'd like to have more, to be honest. But so much was given to Ukraine by Biden. When I left, the cupboards were full. When I came here with Obama, he didn't buy ammunition. We had very little. And I got it built. Now, as soon as I left, they gave a lot of it to Ukraine. I mean numbers that nobody's ever seen before. So we're building it very rapidly. Plants are being built. A lot of equipment's being built. The Patriots in particular are being built. The THAAD system is going up. We have a lot. Every one of our contractors is building 4 to 5 plants right now. And we're in very good shape. But for some of the more sophisticated stuff, we'd certainly like to have more. Biden gave a lot of it away.
Mr. President, you put out a TruthSocial this morning about leader John Thune. What's your relationship like with the Senate Majority Leader?
It's fine. He's got to get his job done. It's fun. I have a good relationship with John Thune. He's just got to get his job done. You got to get the Save America Act passed. Or better than that would be the filibuster. If you terminate the filibuster, everything happens. If you don't terminate the filibuster, only bad things will happen. If you don't terminate the filibuster, only bad things will happen.
But you don't want to see him replaced as leader?
I haven't even thought of it.
Meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu tomorrow. Why did you ask? Why did you ask for that meeting? And are you guys on the same page on Iran? Are you on the same page on Iran, you and Prime Minister Netanyahu?
Yeah, pretty close. We have a little difference, but pretty close, yeah. Well, Iran took a beating over the last 14 days, and they asked us very nicely, please stop, let's meet. And that's what we are right now. We'll see what happens. If we don't make a deal, we go back to the same thing.
President Zelensky says that Russia is giving Iran satellite imagery of U.S. bases in the Gulf to help them target. What can you do about that?
Well, we'll find out if that's true. I'll ask Putin about it. We'll find out. It hasn't had much impact because we've knocked the hell out of it, wouldn't you think? If that's the case, look, you know, they gave Venezuela a lot of equipment. Venezuela had all Russian equipment. How did that work out? Not too good. So they may be giving, but if they are, it hasn't worked out because they have no army, they have no air force, they have no navy, they have no nothing. So it hasn't worked out. Well, I don't think they've been doing it. Certainly not at a high level. And if they have, it has been very unimpactful.
There's some reports that the United States has taken in $13 billion from Venezuela. Where is that money going?
$13 billion from Venezuela? I think even more than that. No, Venezuela, we paid for that war many times over. And that'll happen with Iran also. We paid for the war many times over.
But where is that money going?
Which, by the way, no other president can say that for a long time. Okay? When was the last president they could say that? So we had a cost of Venezuela. We paid for it many, many times over. And now, as you know, we have a very good relationship with Venezuela.
But where is that money going?
Toward running the country.
No, in the U.S.
taking in? Where is that money going? Yes.
What running the country? It can go to the military. You know, Congress has to approve it. Congress doesn't like approving money for the military. They like giving it to things that shouldn't be done. But we're taking in a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars from Venezuela. That'll happen with Iran too.
For the Iranian assets, you've said that Iranian assets will be used to pay for damages to ships that are hit in the Strait of Hormuz. Would the U.S. pay shipping companies directly?
No, we're going to use Iran's money to pay for the damage they did. In other words, the Iran money that we control will be used to pay for damages. Sound good? Not bad, right? It should be a okay. Any other questions?
On the Federal Reserve, the FOMC is meeting this week on Wednesday.
We're going to Michigan. The car companies are doing better than they've ever done. Many plants are being built all over the United States. They'll be opening them over the next year. Toyota just agreed to come in, move its entire operation out of Mexico and into the United States. They'll be opening, I guess, the largest plant in the world, somebody said, but all because of tariffs and because of me. All because of Trump. So it's been pretty amazing, actually.
The Federal Reserve is meeting this week. They've not hit the inflation target set. They've not hit the 2%. There are some bets.
A very good inflation report the other day.
Are you worried that they might?
Costs are going down rapidly. Don't forget, I inherited these. I haven't been here very long. I inherited the worst inflation in history from Biden. But costs are going down rapidly. And as soon as the war is over, you're going to see a big problem.
Are you worried that the Fed's going to hike rates to counter inflation?
Well, I have a board. And Kevin's fantastic, but he's got a board. And the board members are very political, I would say. So, you know, we fight our way through the race because we're doing so well. But, no, he's got a board. You know, he wants to do the right thing. I know what he wants to do. But you need the consent of some people that have perhaps bad intentions. Rates should be lowered. This country could be at 8%, 9%, 10%, 12% GDP. That's what it should be. We have other countries that are paying less interest rates, and if it wasn't for us, they wouldn't even exist. It's ridiculous. And they call them elite. We have other countries, I don't want to really mention names of countries, but I could give you plenty, that they take money out of the U.S., and because of that, they get a lower interest rate than we do. And it shouldn't be that way. We should have the lowest interest rate in the world. I could take the money that these countries are making, put it into our portfolio, and we should have the lowest interest rate in the world, like it used to be 30 years ago. We always made the lowest rate. If you take a look at like Switzerland, where we have a $30 billion deficit, I could wipe out that deficit overnight. That'd be money that would actually indirectly come to us. So we got a lot of interesting things going, but our country is the strongest we've ever been. It's the hottest country anywhere in the world. And frankly, we're being very nice to a lot of countries that would not survive without us. And you know who wouldn't survive without us? Israel. Bibi's coming, he'll tell you. If I didn't get involved and if I didn't blow up those essentially soon-to-be nuclear weapons, the dust, as I call it, Israel would have been terminated months ago and years ago if I didn't terminate the Obama horrible agreement.
Prime Minister Netanyahu does disagree with you on the F-35s to Turkey. Are you going to tell Prime Minister Netanyahu opposes sending F-35s to Turkey? Are you going to tell him?
Look, Turkey's been a great ally for me. You know, I think he's done a very good job. Did a good job with Syria. He's a friend of mine, and nobody tells me what we should be selling and not. Turkey's been a tremendous ally for me. It was up to Turkey. Turkey's not a big fan of Israel. You know that, right? And not a big fan of Bibi. But they've been great for me. Turkey has been great. Very powerful country, by the way. Tremendous military, very big military, very powerful military. Has a lot of great equipment.
Does Netanyahu want you to strike a deal on Iran? Or does he want you to keep attacking?
Bibi has been great. I'm not going to say it. He was a wartime prime minister. We did very well together. And if you look at Iran now, they're 8% of what they were 4 months ago. They're 8% of what they were 4 months ago. So we'll see how this all comes out.
On the Senate, on the SAVE Act, why do you want the U.S. Senate to stay in town? Shouldn't they be out across the country campaigning?
What a stupid question.
Shouldn't they be out and be campaigning, though?
What a stupid question. For Jennifer to ask such a stupid, she's a smart person. I knew her all the way back in the Iowa days when she said Trump's going to win. And boy, was she right. So listen, why do I want it? The SAVE Act has to be done. They shouldn't leave town. I'm not going to stop them from doing it, but they should get the SAVE Act done. If they don't get it done, it's going to be a very bad thing for the party. And frankly, you know, if you look at it, the SAVE Act is going to be voted against by all Democrats, just so we know. We have some Republicans that I will not comment on, a few of them, probably 4, that we probably won't get the vote. I'd like to comment on them, but I have too much sense to do it. The Democrats are going to vote 100% against voter identification and proof of citizenship. 100%. They want your taxes to go up. They want men playing in women's sports. They want open border for the world's criminals to pour into our country. And yet, despite all of that, we have the lowest crime rate in the history of our country since 1900 with murders. With all of that, with all of the 25 million people, many of them criminals that the Democrats let in. Well, they just announced this morning they want an open border policy where the world's criminals can pour into our country. I think they're crazy. There's something wrong with them. Any other questions?
On China, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said last week the administration's going to look into whether Chinese AI models are distilling from U.S. models. Do you think China's stealing American IP?
Well, you know, they're looking at us and we're looking at them. But we're leading now, China, substantially in AI, and we're going to keep it that way. We're leading everybody and everything. We have a country that's doing well. Thank you very much, everybody. See you in Michigan.
That was President Trump taking questions just a little bit ago on board Air Force One. Spoke for about 15 minutes, a little bit short of that, as he took questions with the traveling press pool on board the plane with him there. We are waiting for him to arrive at General Motors, where he's going to be speaking coming up any minute now. We'll get you there as soon as that does begin. You heard him mention as well the Save America Act. He is renewing his push on Senate Republicans to get rid of the filibuster in order to pass that. We talked about that earlier today with one of our political analysts. You can find that full interview on YouTube and on Fox Local right now. We are going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. Just a couple minutes left with you on Fox 35 before we move back to streaming only. So if you're watching us on Fox Local, don't go anywhere. We have much more to come. We're going to wait for the president to begin speaking any minute now. Let me also give you a live look right now in the office of the state attorney in Miami-Dade County, because the state attorney there is going to be joined by the attorney general, some local law enforcement agencies as well. They're going to be announcing the results of their crackdown on human trafficking during the World Cup. We brought you a previous news conference live where they talked about this effort, how they were going to be partnering up, what they were going to be watching for, what they wanted folks in the community to be watching for during the World Cup in South Florida. And now we're going to hear the results of that. So that news conference is expected to begin around 3 o'clock. So any minute now, just in the next few minutes, we will be watching for that to begin. Again, Catherine Fernandez-Rundle, who is the Miami-Dade County State Attorney. We also, according to the advisory, expect the Attorney General to be there. James Uthmeyer. We'll see what he has to say as well. He was at the previous news conference announcing this initiative and this effort. So going to be interesting to see what numbers we might see or what more we might be able to learn about what came from this crackdown on human trafficking during the World Cup. So we are watching out for that any minute now. So stay tuned for that coming up on Fox 35 News Plus. In the meantime, we appreciate you joining us today. It's been turned into a busy afternoon. We're continuing to track the storms, the line of storms moving through the region as well. And we'll break in with any severe thunderstorm warnings as well. So thanks for joining us today as we wrap up here on Florida Live. Let me pull that down and give you a live look at several different locations around our region: Daytona Beach, downtown Orlando, Lake Fairview, and in Titusville. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. Our live streaming news coverage continues next.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I want to give you a couple of live looks right now. It is 3 o'clock. A couple of things we are waiting on at this hour. First, let me give you a live look in Milford, Michigan. We've been talking about it all day. President Trump expected to speak now, any minute now, at this event at General Motors. You see General Motors Proving Grounds, Milford, Michigan, the sign saying American jobs and American cars. The president got to be part of a drag race that he viewed, a demonstration that he was able to view. It toured a facility there as well, and is now expected to speak to this room full of people that is eagerly awaiting his arrival right now. You see a lot of Make America Great Again hats, the Trump name on the back of them that you can see, many of them taking photos and videos and awaiting the president's arrival. He's expected to speak any minute now, so we're keeping our eyes peeled for his and his remarks, expected to focus on the economy. We'll also likely touch on a number of other things. If you were with us during Florida Live, we listened into the president's remarks from earlier this afternoon on Air Force One, where he was asked a number of questions about the war in Iran, some other things to do with that. He also talked about the Save America Act, which he renewed his push on social media earlier today, calling for John Thune, the Republican leader in the Senate, to get rid of the filibuster in order to pass the Save America Act, which is an election security and election integrity bill that the president has been talking about a lot. There are questions about whether the votes would be there to pass it even without the filibuster. We talked about that that earlier today with one of our political analysts, and you can find that full interview on Fox Local and on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. Let me also give you a live look right now in Miami at the office of the state attorney for Miami-Dade County, where any minute now we are waiting to hear the results of a crackdown on human trafficking during the World Cup. This was an initiative, a partnership that the state attorney, Catherine Fernandez-Rundle, that the State Attorney General James Upmeyer, that a number of other local law enforcement agencies, especially in the South Florida area, they had teamed up and were working together, we know, to combat human trafficking during the World Cup. There were 7 matches that were held at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami, the home there, where there a number of great games, including the third place match, I guess it was, right on that final weekend. So huge crowds turned out for World Cup matches in South Florida. And with those large events always come concerns about human trafficking. And so we had brought you previously a news conference where we heard from officials with the state talking about what they were going to do to make sure they could combat human trafficking, and asking everyone to be involved in part of that process as well. So we are now waiting for the results of that initiative and that investigation, hopefully some numbers that we might be able to get from this as well. So we are waiting for that, and that news conference is expected to begin any minute now. We are also continuing to track some showers and storms around the area this afternoon. We had a severe thunderstorm warning at one point earlier today for Flagler County and a couple of other areas in the northern part of our viewing area, and just to the north of that as well in St. Johns County. And so we're continuing to track the conditions out there this afternoon. While we're waiting on these things to start, we are going to go ahead and take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. Don't go anywhere, and we will be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and nice to see you on this Monday. Still waiting for a couple of those events to start in this 3 o'clock hour. President Trump in Michigan, this state attorney in Miami-Dade County talking about the crackdown on human trafficking. We'll get you to those events once they get underway. So we are continuing to monitor those this afternoon. Meanwhile, Orlando City welcomed a new star to the team that's hopefully going to turn around the rest of the season. Antoine Griezmann playing his first game with the Lions over the weekend, and it was a 1-0 win for Orlando City. We heard from Griezmann speaking with reporters about his arrival in Orlando and what the rest of the season looks like in the MLS.
What did you make of the experience playing here in Orlando and playing with all the fans?
Very nice, great atmosphere. This is why I spoke yesterday about the energy. We need this energy for the bad moments in the game. And yes, that was amazing for us, and that was like a good game, showing strong team. And I think the fans want this now about us, a strong team, and win the games.
Mike. Crisi, bueno, primero felicidades hoy con tu debut en casa y obviamente el resultado. Quería saber un poco más sobre Justin, un jugador que parece que vos y él ya formaban una química, pero hoy él pudo tener una influencia grande en el partido, obviamente asistiendo a Tyrese, pero ¿qué has podido ver del joven hoy? No solamente él, pero quizás los demás jugadores que han podido sacar ya 2 resultados seguidos. Primera vez que sucede en la temporada regular. Gracias.
Bueno, yo creo que al final la academia, ¿no? Ya de Orlando, porque he visto los jóvenes que entran con nosotros, hay mucho talento, pero al talento hay que meterle trabajo, que sea defensivo ofensivo. Y yo creo que desde que estoy aquí, es lo que veo, ¿no? Lo que pide el míster, lo que están haciendo los jóvenes, y es el mejor camino para ganar, y lo hemos demostrado en los últimos 2 partidos. Y Justin tiene un talento increíble, y si además añade, como lo ha hecho en los 2 primeros partidos, correr, defender, presionar, va a ser un jugador de un equipo muy alto en Europa.
Michael.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean, I think...
The long answer, sorry.
I think at the end of the day, it comes down to the academy. Since I've been here, I've seen the young players that have trained with us, and there's a lot of talent there, but it's talent that comes through hard work, and it's talent through hard work that creates their abilities defensively and offensively. And, you know, from what I've seen during my time here, that's exactly what it is. You can see it in our last 2 results from the young players. And Justin is a great talent. He's more than just what he's produced in the last 2 games. He runs offensively, defensively. He pressures, and you know, he's very talented, and he's gonna play for a top club in Europe someday.
Hey, Antoine, congratulations on the win. Talk a little bit about Nashville's defense and the challenges that they presented to you guys. It looked like you guys had to play a very patient game tonight against the best defense in the league.
Yeah, I think it's very top defense. They are strong, and they are defending all together, so it's difficult to create some space, and this is why he's on top of the league. So I think if you have the better defense.
Antoine Griezmann speaking after Orlando City's 1-0 win. And President Trump walking to the podium right now in Michigan. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be back. I love this place. I won. This place is beautiful. This beautiful state. We won by a lot. Great to be back in Michigan, and hello to the men and women of General Motors. And before we begin, I have to say, so I had a wonderful father, right? And he was a hard worker. He was in the real estate business. And for him, super luxury. This is all he didn't want planes. They didn't have planes in those days, I don't think. He didn't want anything. You know what he wanted? A Cadillac every 2 years. This was to him the sign of luxury. This was the greatest thing. And he got every 2 years, like you could count on it. You could set your clocks by it. And by the way, speaking of that, let's get rid of daylight saving time stuff, okay? We have a bill in. Hopefully the Senate's going to approve that one. The House approved it, and we're going to get rid of that, just to mention, it's called the weave, right? We always get back to the right subject. But anyway, I did. I had a father, his luxury Mary, his super, that's all he wanted. He just wanted a brand new Cadillac, and I have to tell you a little secret. He had it stretched a little bit. This way he could be his own chauffeur. He wouldn't have to hire a chauffeur. He could drive it himself, or he could have somebody else, but he could also drive it himself. Did you ever hear that? This could be a new concept for a car. But I had a wonderful father, and he loved Cadillac, and I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful state, and I'm honored to be the first sitting president to visit one of the most storied places in the history of American auto making, and that's the world-famous General Motors Proving Ground. Now, we just got back. We watched some cars, and they are beautiful cars, but I was also impressed with, that was the largest piece of asphalt I think I've ever seen. I've seen a lot of big asphalt, but I've never seen one that big. I said, you got to be kidding. But over 100 years, General Motors carved a 5.5-mile test track out of Michigan earth and built a crucible for American cars that would change the world, and that's what happened. You have changed the world, and maybe more importantly, you have made a comeback like very few companies. You are doing really well, and Mary and your whole group have done a fantastic job. They love their cars. One of the top executives I just met, he was showing, he said, sir, I just love the cars. I just love these cars. And I thought that was nice. This land bears the tire marks of every model of the legendary Chevy Corvette. It bears the scars of the first auto safety test, and that was probably pretty tough. And ever since the presidency of the late, great Ronald Reagan, who in all fairness, who I liked, but he did allow our cars to disappear into Japan and other locations. We cannot do it. We love him. But on trade, Trump is much better, much better. But this facility is proudly designed, built, and tested. The presidential limousine, affectionately known as the Beast. Have you heard of it, Mr. Mayor? I want to thank the CEO of General Motors, Mary Barra, as well as the president, Mark Royce, and the entire leadership team. Mark, really great job. The whole leadership team, the job that you've done over the last number of years especially has been incredible, and it's a display of speed and skill. Horsepower goes into these cars, and everyone's talking about General Motors, including me. That's why I'm here. And more importantly, thank you to the auto workers, the technicians, the mechanics, the welders, the engineers of General Motors, because there's no finer group of people. And it was workers like you who built this country, and now it's the men and women like you who are making it bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. We are doing unbelievably well as a country. We're building more auto factories and more plants than at any time in the history of our country. And someday the fake news is going to be writing stories about it. They don't like to write those stories. That's why they call them the fake news. But for decades, the auto workers and manufacturers of this great state were sold out and betrayed by globalist politicians and corrupt special interests who let other countries steal your jobs, pillage your factories, and loot the crown jewels of American industry from Detroit and all over our country. They were ripping us off, not only in the auto business, but in many other businesses. Every president before me promised to stop it, but none of them did anything. They did nothing. But now, at long last, Michigan finally has a president who stands up for Michigan auto workers and puts America first. You know, you had a leader, I don't know if he's still with you, Sean Fain or something. This guy was bad news. I never spoke to him, never saw him. He was a Democrat. He thought that Biden or Kamala would be wonderful. You would have, Mary, I hate to say it, you wouldn't have an auto industry right now if they got elected. You wouldn't have an auto industry. But I don't know what happened to the guy. Somebody said he got fired, but I can tell you, the people that count, those people love Trump. Because I've done more for you than your parents, okay? Your parents are good. I'm not going to knock your parents, but I have been better to you than your parents. That I can tell you, and they would agree with me. Wherever they may be, they would agree. Today, I'm proud to say that the auto industry is back, and America is back, and it's pulling Detroit and Michigan along with it. Our country is so successful, it's pulling it along, but you have some great representatives that are going to become governor, senator, congressman, women, but you have some great people. I'm going to mention them in a second, because under Sleepy Joe Biden, hold it, what's better, Sleepy Joe Biden or Crooked Joe Biden? Let's go. Sleepy Joe Biden, Crooked Joe Biden. They're both true. They're both very true. The United States had the highest trade deficit ever recorded. So we had the worst trade deficit, and our country was losing more than $1 trillion a year on trade every single year, and it got worse and worse. And if they were in there now, that number would be close to $2 trillion. The trade deficit in automobiles was more than $300 billion annually. That means outside countries and companies were coming in and just robbing us blind. And it was causing tremendous problems for your jobs. But now all of that is changing because I placed historic tariffs on foreign producers and manufacturers, including a 25% tariff on foreign automobiles, something that no other president had the courage to ever do. He's a communist. He's a communist. Thank you. He's a communist. We're running against communists now. This is great. What's going on? But we're going to win very big. No, I didn't even hear the guy. I think I got her. You see what they want to do? You see what they want to do? They want to take your houses. They want to do things that nobody's ever even thought of before. They want to take your money. They want to raise your tax up to 80%. I gave you the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, so we'll keep it that way. And I said this morning, I see this morning, they also want to fire the police. They don't want police and they don't want prisons anymore. I think that's a great idea. Does everybody like that idea? No police. They want no police and they want no prisons. Where are these people coming from? But I also put a 25% tariff on all foreign trucks. So I called Mary about a year ago and I said, I hear that foreign trucks are killing us. She said, that's true. I said, congratulations. I'm going to put a 25% tariff on the foreign trucks. And you are doing a phenomenal business now with trucks. So they were killing us in trucks and now we're killing them. My policy is simple. If you make your truck or your car in a foreign country, you have to pay for the privilege of sending it into our market and making a lot of money. But if you build in a factory in Michigan or someplace in our country and make your automobiles or trucks right here in America, you pay zero tax and zero tariff. You pay zero tariff. There are no tariffs. And we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars for the country aside from it, but we keep a lot. As an example, Europe is being taken over by the Chinese cars. You know that, right? Mercedes-Benz is being absolutely decimated. BMW, good companies, decimated. Volkswagen, decimated. They don't do anything about it. We don't have, to the best of my knowledge, Mary, one Chinese car in the country. They have a 100% tariff, and our automakers are doing, I think, business like you've never done before, right? Right? You're doing more business, better business, bigger business than you've ever done before. In 18 months, we've slashed our trade deficit with China by the largest amount in history. Nobody can believe it. You know, if you get it down a half a point, it's a lot. We got our trade deficit down by 71%. 71% worldwide. 1 year ago, our country was dead. And now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country. Everybody is respecting us. You know, they respect us again. They respect the United States. I think they respect us more than they've ever. We did this in a year and a half. In 4 long years of sleepy Joe Biden and his crazy administration, they're communists. They were communists. That was the beginning. He wasn't, because he had no idea what the hell was happening. They said, Joe, let's go communist. He said, what is that exactly? They got less than $1 trillion. So think of it. In 4 years, they had investment of less than $1 trillion. 4 years, less than $1 trillion. In 1 year, my administration secured commitments of more than $19.2 trillion from all over the globe. Think of that. 1 year, 19.2. If they got in, and they were essentially, they didn't think of themselves as communists, but they were. But now you have down and out communists. I mean, these people are down and out. And remember, you go communist, nothing good happens. That's been proven for 1,000 years using different names. But right here in Michigan, General Motors is expanding operations at its Factory Zero. Do you know what Factory Zero is? What the hell does that mean, Mary? Factory Zero? You're going to have to explain. In Detroit to produce some of America's most iconic vehicles, including the Chevy, well, I hear it's good, Silverado, right? The Silverado, really hot, right? It's going to be hotter after today. The GMC Sierra, the world-famous Hummer. I got to look at some of these. In fact, I said to Mary, how about sending me a couple? And one and only the Escalade. You know, we ordered, I think, 250 Escalades, right? We ordered 250 Escalades. That's so we look sharp in those cavalcades, you know. We look sharp in those Escalades. Our guys are very spoiled. They're very spoiled. They like the Escalade, so do I. They were great to deal with. General Motors, they're making literally 250 of them, and it was about time. In 2026, GM increased truck and SUV production by 20%, and in the past 2 years, the company's invested $9 billion in bringing factories home to the USA. They're coming back home because, frankly, when they build here, there's no tariff. It's really not complicated. A lot of people don't understand that. They say, oh, what does it mean? They have no idea. They don't have a clue. But Mary understood it. Her whole group understood it, and they're coming back home where they belong. So I just want to congratulate General Motors. That's why I'm here today. I'm very proud of General Motors. For years, you watch companies move production from America down to Mexico. Mexico. I love the way there's a very nice president of Mexico. You know that. She's very nice, and she speaks beautifully, and she calls it Mexico. So I said to a group the other day, and we will stop all business going to Mexico. And they didn't know what the hell I was talking about. It didn't come out as well, Sean. It didn't come out as well. This is a great gentleman, heads up transportation. He's also world championship tree climber, 5-time champion tree climber. Can you imagine? I only hire these crazy people that do things like that. He was the lumberjack. He was the world champion going up a tree, 100 feet, right? That's high. I saw an old picture of you doing it. I said, he's crazy. That's why I like him. But he's a 5-time world champion. You know who that is. So, and his wife maybe is even superior, a big star of television, Rachel. She's doing all right. Sean Duffy, Rachel Campus Duffy. But, you know, I liked him a lot. I always liked him. But when I heard he was a world champion of a tree, but any kind of world champion I'm okay with. When you're a world champion of anything, but that's pretty good. But down in Mexico, and they're coming back, and production's moving from Mexico, and companies are actually moving production from Mexico back to America. Before they left, they went the other way. Now they're all coming back. Toyota, Hyundai, and others are relocating production back to the U.S. Ford is investing $3 billion to build parts of its new pickup truck in central Michigan. All these things I told you, but only Brian. Where's Brian? Come here. Get up here, Brian, will you please? He's the only guy that believed me. But boy, did he believe me. I wanted to just hop over. Come on. Don't worry about it, Secret Service. He's okay. Come on up here, Brian. See the way he can do that? Look at that. He evaded Secret. I'm sure they're thrilled. Come here, say a few words. Thank you, Mr.
This event continuing live right now in Milford, Michigan, as President Trump speaks to some auto workers and others at this General Motors facility. He has been talking for about 10-15 minutes or so and will continue to. You can still watch the president on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. So if you want to keep watching him, scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now, because coming up in just a couple of minutes, we're going to have Fox 35 Weather Plus coming up here live on Fox Local. A new special weather statement was just issued for parts of Seminole County and other areas. You see the line of storms that's moving through right now. We've got the thunder truck out and about as well, tracking the storms. And so here on Fox Local, we are going to have more weather streaming coverage for you. So if you want to watch the president continue to speak, watch it on our YouTube page. Have a great afternoon. I'm going to wrap up here on Fox 35 News Plus.